The House will come to order. Please join Representative Van Beber in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Gregorio, please call the roll.
Representative Amabile. Representative Amabile. Representative Amabile is excused. Bacon. Baisley. Benavidez. Burnett. Byrd. Bockenfeld. Basenecker. Bradfield. Caraveo. Carver. Catlin. Cutter. Representative Cutter. Representative Cutter is excused. Doherty. Duran. Escar. Representative Escar. Representative Escar is excused. Exum. Representative Exum is excused. Froelich. Representative Froelich is excused. Geithner. Gonzalez Gutierrez. Gray. Hanks. Herod. Holtorf. Hooten. Representative Hooten. Representative Hooten is excused. Jackson.
Here.
Judah. Representative Judah. Representative Judah is excused. Kennedy. Kipp. Larson. Lontine. Luck. Lynch. McCluskey. McCormick. McKean. McLaughlin.
Good morning.
Michelson Janae. Mullica. Neville. Ortiz. Representative Ortiz. Representative Ortiz is excused. Pelton. Pico. Ransom. Representative Ransom. Rich. Ricks. Roberts. Sandridge. Sirota. Snyder. Soper. Representative Soper. Sullivan. Tipper. Titone. Valdez 8. Valdez D. Van Beber. Van Winkle. Weissman. Will. Williams. Woodrow. Woog. Young. And Mr. Speaker.
With 58 present, 7 excused, we have a quorum. Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the Journal of Saturday, May 22nd, 2021 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It's pretty good for a Monday. The ayes still have it. The motion is approved. Announcements and introductions. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, appropriations did meet today, and we do have another joke winner. And the winner is Representative Burnett. Come on down. So you guys, including your chair, we have been slacking on the jokes. So I want y'all to remember to pick up your game a little bit and add some levity to the end of our session. I look forward to hearing you all if you have jokes in the future. Representative Burnett.
Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you can see, this is a beautiful display of donuts. It really is a rare photo of hips in the larva stage.
I get it. Representative Harrod.
Right, took a second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we do have an award for Representative Burnett, an alternative to donuts for breakfast. You have a cutie.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the Agriculture, Livestock, and Water Committee will be meeting at 1:30. We will be hearing Senate Bill 229, 240, and 248. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if it's Monday, it's finance. Even again, as though Saturday wasn't enough, we're back for more. Today at 1:30 in the Old State Library, so we're moving committee rooms to Old State Library today at 1:30. We'll be hearing House Bill 1301 and House Bill 1323 and Senate Bill 260. So be there or be square.
Great. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And also, members, I have a tribute that I would like to be read at length, and also I'm inviting legislators who represent Adams County, Broomfield, and Jefferson County to join me in the well.
Members, we have a tribute. Representative or Mr. Gregorio.
The members of the Colorado General Assembly are proud to offer accommodations to Mayor Herb Atchison on the extraordinary amount of service he has provided to his community. Originally from Wiggins, Mississippi, Mayor Atchison brought his small-town sensibilities and leadership skills to the city of Westminster. He began his service to Westminster by serving as a member and then chairman of the city's Special Permit and Licensing Board for 16 years. He was then first elected to City Council in 1997 and served 2 terms before leaving because of term limits. He continued his service as a member of the city's Planning Commission after his second term on council. Mayor Atchison was re-elected to City Council in 2011 and then was elected Westminster Mayor in November 2013 and re-elected as mayor in November 2017. In addition to his service to the City of Westminster, Mr. Atchison serves on the Board of Directors for the Westminster Legacy Foundation, the Board of Directors, and as an executive officer for the Denver Regional Council of Governments, Chairman of the Board of Directors for the North Area Transit Alliance, the U.S. 36 Mayors County Commissioners Coalition, the Executive Committee for the Metro Mayors Caucus. He also serves on the Board of Directors for both the Urban Drainage and Flood Control District and the Regional Air Quality Control Board. He volunteers with the Westminster Parks, Recreation, and Libraries Department and is a member of the adjunct facility for ITT Technical College, Colorado State University, and Colorado Christian University, teaching at several of their campuses. In his free time, Mayor Atchison has continued his work as a professional project manager and an independent consultant. Mayor Atchison has been married to Erica Atchison for over 53 years and is the father of 2 daughters, and as well as the grandfather to 5, Ashley, Austin, Dayton, and Cohen and Lily. Mayor Atchison's work has made a lasting positive impact on the entire North Metro area. His legacy will forever include his work to shepherd Westminster's progress into the sustainable, inclusive, and beautiful community that it is today. On request of Representatives Shannon Byrd, Lindsay Doherty, Kyle Mullica, Yadira Caraveo, Daphne Michelson-Janae, Chris Kennedy, Brianna Titone, Colin Larson, and Senators Faith Winter, Rachel Zenzinger, Dominique Moreno, Kevin Priola, and Tammy Story. Given this 24th day of May, 2021, State Capitol.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, you are welcome to sit down if you'd like. I just am compelled to talk about my favorite mayor. He was my first friend in Westminster city government. I remember when I first met him, this was when I was considering making my first run for political office and digging in and trying to learn about the city of Westminster to hopefully be elected to city council. And people had said to me, you really need to talk to the mayor. You need to meet Mayor Atchison. And I remember being terrified making that first phone call to talk to the mayor. And I couldn't believe it when he picked up his phone immediately and agreed to meet with me and took my meeting. He was the nicest man. His favorite place is the Westminster Legacy Grill, which that's his office where Mayor Herb holds court pretty much every day of the week. And I'll tell you, I've encroached on his turf, but he's been very generous about it. He's still there today, and people need to know that all that our mayor has done for our city to grow housing opportunities, even as housing costs have continued to skyrocket. Mayor Atchison has done so much to bring in more for-sale affordable housing and rental affordable housing. He's grown our city's opportunities for good jobs for the people of Westminster in ways that had never been done before. He's made our city a leader in terms of open space and environmental responsibility. He's done so much. He never stopped there, though, and continued to build all of his relationships, not just citywide, but region-wide, for the benefit of Westminster and our neighbors. Westminster will be forever changed because of your leadership, Mayor Atchison, and I'm so honored to have served with you, proud to know you, and even more proud to call you friend. Thank you for everything you've done. Westminster is better because of your service.
Thank you, Representative Byrd. Representative Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to thank Mayor Atchison for all of his service, and I just wanted to briefly thank him for the best advice he's given me for this job of anyone I've ever talked to, which I think we could all use a reminder of, which is you have 2 ears and 1 mouth. Use them accordingly. Thank you, Mayor.
Representative Mollica.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just quickly want to thank Mayor Atchison for his support. I remember when I first got elected to City Council in Northcliffe, he was one of the first people to call me. And he always made you feel welcome. If it was at a DRCOG meeting where you felt out of place or at a CML conference, he was always there. But I think the one thing that I loved about Mayor Atchison the most is how much he cared about his community and how hard he fought for his community at so many levels. And so you're going to be dearly missed, but I'm sure we're going to still see you around. Thank you for everything, Mayor Atchison.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mayor Atchison, for all of your service. I got to know Mayor Atchison pretty well in the transportation space, and it's an area he's cared about very, very deeply, and we are on the threshold right now of making some real improvements in this area. But you've been a mentor and somebody who has helped me understand what it was going to look like to actually complete some of the projects that hopefully we're going to complete pretty soon. So I just want to say thank you for your service and thank you for your guidance.
Representative Michelson Janae.
Hi, Mayor Atchison. I just wanted to say I met you when we were at I can't remember which high school, we were grading the U.S. Constitution project of the kids, and I got put on your team. And I'll never forget, they said, you haven't met Mayor Atchison yet? You have to meet Mayor Atchison. He's amazing, and all the kids love him. And so it was an honor to do that with you, sir.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to let everyone know Mayor Atchison is here with his wife, Erica Atchison, also Westminster City Manager Don Tripp, and we also have Dee Martin, who's our Director of Human Resources for the City of Westminster. We also have Adams County Commissioner Steve O'Dorisio joining, and also Jefferson County Commissioner and former Senator, oh my goodness, Andy Kerr. I don't know why my mind is escaping me today. So thank you all for being here. And I can't see who you are. Oh my goodness, Councilor Scully. I need better eyeglasses. Councilor Catherine Scully is also joining. So thank you all for being here.
Thank you all very much. Any further announcements or introductions? Seen none. The next order of business is third reading of bills, final passage. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over Senate Bill 247 till Wednesday, May 26th.
Seeing no objection, Senate Bill 247 will be laid over till Wednesday, May 26th. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1313.
House Bill 1313 by Representatives Benavides and Gonzalez Gutierrez, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning permitting the Office of Child Protection Ombudsman to initiate investigations on behalf of unaccompanied immigrant children who are housed in state licensed residential care facilities and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1313 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1313 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. For those participating online, Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 54 aye votes, 10 no votes, and 1 excuse, House Bill 1313 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Jackson, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1319.
House Bill 1319 by Representative Duran, also Senator Lee, concerning temporary modifications to general prevailing rate requirements for certain state contracts for public projects.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1319 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1319 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye votes, 20 no votes, and 1 excuse, House Bill 1319 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please, Representative Jackson, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1294.
House Bill 1294 by Representatives Byrd and Gonzalez Gutierrez, also Senator Rodriguez, concerning an evaluation of the statewide systems used to measure the performance of the elementary and secondary public education system of the state and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1294 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1294 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Tipper, please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 1 excuse, House Bill 1294 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative McLaughlin, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1304.
House Bill 1304 by Representatives Sirota and Garnett, also Senators Fenberg and Buckner, concerning measures to establish a unified early childhood system in Colorado and in connection therewith creating the Department of Early Childhood and making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1304 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1304 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye votes, 20 no votes, and 1 excuse, House Bill 1304 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Jackson McLaughlin, co-sponsor. Co-sponsors. Just joking. Mr. Gregorio, please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1302.
House Bill 1302 by Representatives Harrod and Doherty, also Senator Winter, concerning a grant program for small businesses affected by economic hardship caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and the connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1302 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1302 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Doherty. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 1 excuse, House Bill 1302 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Jackson, co-sponsor. Representative McLaughlin, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1279.
House Bill 1279 by Representatives Young and Holtorf, also Senator Fields, concerning the regulation of practitioners of occupational therapy and in connection therewith enacting Colorado's membership in an interstate compact concerning the limited interstate practice of occupational therapy and providing for the issuance of provisional licenses to certain qualified individuals.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1279 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1279 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 aye votes, 4 no votes, and 1 excuse, House Bill 1279 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1276.
House Bill 1276 by Representatives Kennedy and Harrod, also Senators Pedersen and Priola, concerning the prevention of substance use disorders.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1276 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1276 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Gregorio, seeing no further discussion, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. And Jackson, I think I missed you trying to co-sponsor the last bill. You'll be added as a co-sponsor. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 1 excuse, House Bill 1276 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Jackson, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over House Bill 1311 until tomorrow, Tuesday, May 25th.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1311 will be laid over 1 day. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1307.
House Bill 1307 by Representative Roberts, also Senators Donovan and Liston, concerning measures to increase access to prescription insulin for persons with diabetes.
Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1307 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1307 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Doherty. Please close the machine. With 45 aye votes, 19 no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1307 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Jackson and Representative McLaughlin, co-sponsor. Majority Leader, please close the machine. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over House Bill 1209 1 day until Tuesday, May 25th.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1209 will be laid over 1 day. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1303.
House Bill 1303 by Representatives Burnett and McLaughlin, also Senator Hansen, concerning measures to limit the global warming potential for certain materials used in public projects.
Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1303 on third reading, final passage.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on the third reading to express a very strong opposition of the bill. The premise of the bill is focused on a lot of global warming issues, but what the issue really boils down to is the damage it will do to the economy that we have. It is this bill is focused on pushing construction materials over to a green energy, but an awful lot of what we heard in testimony and on seconds was talking about not necessarily what went into the products, which there was a considerable amount of that. As I mentioned yesterday, a rock-solid argument. However, a lot of those were focused on instead the issue of how these companies were powered, kicking over to the green energy, running on green energy, which is really not very green. And I want to talk briefly about that and really talk about the fact that the so-called renewable energy isn't really. It is heavily dependent upon other sources of energy, powered by a powered turbine that comes from somewhere, whether that is coal, natural gas, oil, hydro, or in other states, nuclear. Nuclear is not an option in this state. Understand that? But the issues, the justification for doing this is focused on the impact on climate change. And the impact on climate change is up for debate. Well, one side of the debate claims there is no debate. There most certainly is. 15,000 scientists have signed various proclamations declaring global warming hazards and impacts. Over 10,000 have signed on the other side. While the victims of Common Core may not understand how that percentage works. Does not come out to be 97%. In order to hit the danger of global warming that has been cited by the models, they cite the need, or the threat rather, of 6-degree rise by the end of the century. That's 80 years away. That requires a 3/4 of a degree per decade increase in global measured temperatures. Global measured temperatures are running significantly below that by less than a third. The actual measured temperature rise over the lower troposphere by satellite measurement is currently at 14/100ths of a degree per decade. That's significantly below. The literature calls for extraordinary measures, such as is in 1303 and some other stuff that we'll hear later, to hold the temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. That's 2/10ths of a degree per decade between now and the end of the century. As I just mentioned, we're currently running less than that. That's for the global. The highest temperature rise over a region is for the northern hemisphere land, which is running at 0.18 degrees increase per decade, below what it has to take in order to hold the temperature rise. That is what we are expending tremendous amount of energy to try to achieve. The global temperature increase for those regions in the oceans is less than 14, and in the rest of the lower hemisphere is much less. We are spending tremendous amounts of money to transition our energy grid, to transition the products, to take a look at our buildings, and in this case, in this bill, to make more green concrete and steel and so forth. This is a waste of money. If we're already below that 2/10ths of a degree that we are spending vast amounts of money to limit the global climate change, at what point do you declare victory and stop? At what point do you stop destroying the economy of the state? At what point do you stop the war on oil, gas, coal, and agriculture? How many of you like to eat? The war on agriculture is a significant portion of our state's economy, as is the energy sector. And we are destroying our energy independence and becoming dependent on outside resources. This is folly. This is wasted money. This is a wasted effort. And I urge a no vote.
Thank you, Representative Pico. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise with great concern with this bill. Global warming potential for public project materials. Now, I've been contacted by companies in my district who are in the construction business, who are in the road building business, and they are very concerned of the economic impact of this bill and other legislation with similar titles to this state. These initiatives are going to, in future time, affect our economy. They're going to affect a big part of Colorado's economy with respect to construction and building. There's question about the science. There's question about the impact, and Colorado is a mere postage stamp on the world stage. And the impact that we're going to have just within our own little postage stamp is going to be significant. And I do share the concerns of my previous representative from El Paso County. You know, when do we stop crippling different sectors of our economy? When do we start understanding that maybe these efforts are not best for our state and there's a different way to approach this? Now, before I start with this quick summary here, I'm going to tell you that one solar flare off the sun can increase the temperature of the surface of the earth significantly over a period of time. It can skew all the data that all the climatologists claim. And we have no control over that, and never will. So understand the fleeting efforts that we make here, which are insignificant in the universe, will have no bearing. Now, what I'm going to read is the global climate model and limitations. There are three scientists here, one from the United States, one from Australia, and then actually four, and then another from the United States and another from Australia. And these are just the key findings of this study. The IPCC places great confidence in the ability of the global climate models to simulate future climate and attribute observed climate change to anthropogenic emissions of greenhouse gases. They claim the development of climate models have resulted in more realism in the representation of many quantities and aspects of the climate system, adding it is extremely likely that human activities have caused more than half of the observed increase in the global average surface temperature since the 1950s. This chapter begins with a brief review of the inner workings and limitations of climate change models. Climate models are important tools utilized to advance our understanding of current and past climate. They also provide qualitative and quantitative information about potential future climate, but in spite of all their sophistication, they remain merely models. They represent simulations of the real world, constrained by their ability to correctly capture and portray each of the important processes that operate to affect climate. Notwithstanding their complexities, the models remain deficient in many aspects of their portrayal of the climate, which reduces their ability to provide reliable simulations of future climate. Now, I, as a cowpoke from eastern Colorado, already explained one of them. These models cannot model solar activity on the surface of the earth, or timing, or what those impacts are. They can't model when they're going to occur, and they can't model the deviation in future time when they occur. Confidence in a model is further based on the careful evaluation of its performance, which model output is compared against actual observations. A large portion of this chapter, therefore, is devoted to the evaluation of climate models against real-world climate and their biospheric data. That evaluation, summarized in the findings of numerous peer-reviewed scientific papers described in the different subsections of this book, reveal that the IPCC is overestimating the ability of current state-of-the-art GCMs.
Representative Holtorf.
Yes, sir.
I've tried to provide quite a bit of leniency to talk about global warming, but can we tie it back to 1303?
Okay, I will. In this case, we are talking about using global warming analysis that will use the findings that I speak of. The very report that I reference here, I'm pretty sure Department of Transportation and the Department of Personnel are going to use information that is promulgated from these findings as they try to determine these limits for these materials. So there is a direct connection therein with respect to climate models and climate findings and what this bill is going to ask the Department of Personnel and the Department of Transportation to do.
Great. Very good. I appreciate that. Keep going.
Thank you. I just think we need to understand that, modeling is modeling. I'll go back to a World War II example as a history buff. Nazi Germany modeled the conquest of the entire world with their Axis partners.
Okay,
So there's modeling there, but that modeling was flawed. Now, I take an extreme example just to get everybody's attention. But I want to talk about the modeling, and I want to talk about how the modeling ties to this bill. Because when modeling is wrong, outcomes are wrong.
We're on third reading. Representative
Okay,
Fultorf.
thank you, sir. I'll get back to this particular, I just want to get through these, just these points, Mr. Speaker, and I'll try to be very quickly here. I'm going to go to the first one. Properties inherent in models make dynamic predictions impossible. Without dynamic predictability, other techniques must be used to simulate climate. Such techniques introduce biases of varying magnitude to model predictions. And those biases are important because they skew the outcomes. Next, I only have 5 of these. I'll try to be quick, sir. To have any validity in terms of future projections, these global climate models must incorporate not only the many physical processes involved in determining climate, but also all important chemical and biological processes that influence climate over long periods of time. You know, and even here in Colorado, as we try to do all these things, and even our countries, we try to do all those things, what about the rest of the world? I will tell you that 2/3 of the world is not going to join to the level we are in all of these efforts over the next decade. If not out of survival, economic survival for themselves. Now I continue. Limitations in computing power frequently result in the inability of models to resolve important climate processes. Low resolution models fail to capture many important phenomena of regional or lesser scale. I'll go to the next one, sir. The magnitude of the range of projected responses to a doubling of atmospheric CO2 by itself establishes that large errors and limitations in the models remain to be corrected. Now, I will tell you, if we do all the efforts in the world here in the United States and even in the Western world to address climate change, what is the rest of the world going to do? Those largest economies out there other than ours, what are they going to do in China? What are they going to do in India? What are they going to do in Pakistan? What are they going to do in the Eastern European countries? Because they're not doing this. And even if they say they're going to do it, I have strong reservations that they will, in fact, do these things that are asked as we move forward in this.
You have 48 seconds, Representative Fultorf.
Well, I got 5 more points. I think I'll go to the last one here. Although some improvements have been made in the performance of these models, many researchers report findings little or no improvement in the model outputs for many of the important parameters and features of the Earth's climate, which means that these models, these global climate models, may, in fact, not be valid in their outcomes. And that means if that is extrapolated or transferred into this study, that the only people we're going to hurt is ourselves.
Representative Fultorf, your 10 minutes has expired.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you, colleagues, for your attention. And I really, really, really appreciate the conversation.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, yesterday was a good day because we all got to go back in our districts. I know I got to go back and get a haircut. I was really needed one, and I'll get to why that's important here just in a second, so I promise you this is the bill. But while getting a haircut, I was actually able to do some eavesdropping on what was happening in the great clips I was getting my haircut in. And there was an older gentleman, and he was discussing how he was going to be moving because he couldn't afford the increases cost of living, and the pensions and everything that he set aside for his retirement was too much. And furthermore, his kids couldn't afford to live here, his adult children, and they were moving, and so he wanted to follow his adult children. And there was another lady there who was having her hair done, and she was talking about how her kids are about to go into college. They're a year or two away, and she feared the same thing, that they wouldn't be able to afford to live in our great state anymore because of the cost of living once they were done with college. And so she was looking to move out of state because she wanted to be around and wanted to be in a place where her kids would have good opportunity and could actually be out on their own. And that really got me thinking too, because I'm one step below them with my oldest daughter not even in high school yet, but it's going to be soon. And that's been a grave concern of mine, the cost of living in this state and what opportunities we have for our children. I know personally, I was able to buy a condo at 18 years of age. That's almost impossible financially for any kid coming out of high school, nevertheless college. And it's for that reason that I encourage a no vote on this bill, because there are so many bills in conjunction with this and in conjunction with what's happening in our country in general that's increasing inflation and raising the cost of living. And it's really going to hurt our children and hurt the state even more and increase the cost of living in this state even more. And I'm fearful too. I want my kids to have that same opportunity, to be a place where Colorado, they have that opportunity where they can own their own home, but people are being priced out. They're being priced out by a lot of different things, and this bill is going to only encourage that. And so for those reasons, I encourage a no vote.
Representative Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you too, Representative Wall.
And I stand in opposition to this bill. I heard it in committee. But my main concern, and I mentioned it in seconds, is that, the Western Colorado Contractors Association, they have a huge concern with this, and they're mainly asphalt, horizontal type contractors and businesses, but there's over 50 companies on the western slope that I represent, and several other of us in this body represent western slope, but there's over 50 alone that'll be impacted by this bill. And one of the other concerns is that there just hasn't been any consideration or benchmarks based on what has been done to minimize environmental impact over the last 10 years, especially in these paving type projects. And I think, we're already headed there, and we don't need mandates. Our companies are, they're wanting to do the right stuff and trying to, but mandates and being forced to just doesn't fit with the free market. Let's let things move along and let the free market work, and no more mandates. So I strongly oppose this bill. Thank you.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And real quickly, I just have one point to make, folks. We were given, and I'm sure you all read it, from Ledge Council, our nonpartisan staff. They gave us one of the blue sheets on this bill, House Bill 1303. And one of the points that they made on page 5, I just wanted to bring to your attention. We heard the impacts of this bill on the cost of living and on businesses and people that are living in our state. But the one point I wanted to bring up, and just reading from that middle paragraph under data collection, while the bill does not place a direct requirement on manufacturers, construction companies, and designers, construction companies and designers that bid on public projects will be required to use materials for which environmental product declarations are available unless exempted a waiver. So what that means is that companies will need to either run around finding a waiver, apply for it, fill out the forms, get a waiver, or they're directed to use specific materials. And so the point I want to make is that that's going to kill competition. Those of you that know economics, that understand the way business works, competition is the way the free market works to bring prices down. And prices will go up if we start stifling competition by requiring a certain either a certain material or certain source. So just with that, I do urge a no vote on the bill, because I feel that it's important for us to encourage, or not even encourage, but just let competition happen versus trying to stifle it. So once again, I urge a no vote on the bill, and I thank you.
Thank you, Representative Ransom. The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1303 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ricks. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1303 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Jackson, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1288.
House Bill 1288 by Representatives Bacon and Duran, also Senator Coleman, concerning the creation of the Colorado Startup Loan Program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1288 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1288 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote? Sorry, one more time.
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Roberts and Bockenfeld. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 1 excuse, House Bill 1288 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Jackson, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1297.
House Bill 1297 by Representatives Hooton and Will, also Senator Sonnenberg and Buckner, concerning requirements regarding the administration of prescription drug benefits under health benefit plans.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1297 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1297 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Carver, Geithner, Luck, McKean, Williams. Please close the machine. With 44 aye votes, 20 no votes, and 1 excuse, House Bill 1297 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Jackson, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, can you please read committee reports of committees of reference? I did co-sponsors.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following House Bill 1275 be amended as follows and be so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1315 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1314 be amended as follows and be so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1317 be amended as follows and be so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1318 be amended as follows and be so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 29 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1306 be amended as follows and be so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 71 be amended as follows and be so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 94 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 95 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 108 be amended as follows and be so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 118 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 126 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 148 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 173 be amended as follows and be so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 181 be amended as follows and be so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 193 be amended as follows and be so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order, or no, I'm sorry. I move to make the following bills special order bills today, Monday, May 24th at 10:59 a.m. Senate Bill 38, House Bill 1275, Senate Bill 29, Senate Bill 71, Senate Bill 118, House Bill 1318, House Bill 1286.
Seeing no objection, those bills will be made special orders at 10:59. The next order of business is special orders. Representative Tone. Seeing no objection, Representative Tone will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for a bill to be read in length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 38.
Senate Bill 38 by Senators Zenzinger and Smallwood, also Representatives Kennedy and Van Winkle, concerning an expansion of the complementary or alternative medicine pilot program for a person with a primary condition resulting in the total inability for independent ambulation and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 38.
All right, to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill builds on an existing Medicaid waiver that provides certain kinds of integrative services to people with spinal cord injuries. We are planning to expand it beyond the current 5-county region to statewide and expand the number of diagnoses for which people can be eligible for these services. We ask for an aye vote.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you. Yes, and not to be repetitive at all, but yes, this takes it from the 5 metro area counties. And this is to statewide. It's especially important for those dealing with spinal cord injuries. And research has said time and time again that if you allow people these alternative services such as massage therapy, acupuncture, chiropractor visits, and more, you'll see a reduction of inpatient costs, emergency room visits, and pharmaceutical costs. I ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 38? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 38. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. All right, the ayes have it. Senate Bill 38 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1275.
House Bill 1275 by Representatives Lontine and Will, also Senators Janal and Kirkmeyer, concerning reimbursement for pharmacist services under the Medical Assistance Act.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1275 and the Appropriations Committee and the Health and Insurance Committee reports.
All right, to the Appropriations Report. Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In appropriations, I moved L002, which reduced the estimated number of participating pharmacies, removes duplicative services, remove payment parity language, and allows the department to review rates and include services provided by clinical pharmacists through a FQHC. And then another amendment that reflected the fiscal note change, the fiscal note changes that the amendment that was passed, which significantly altered the cost to a much reduced amount. was J002, which also passed. So with that, I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. All right, the ayes have it. The Appropriations report is adopted. To the House Health and Insurance Committee report, Representative Lantine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Health and Insurance Committee passed one amendment, and it was technical language changes that was requested by the pharmacists. I ask for an aye vote.
All right. Any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Health and Insurance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. All right, the ayes have it. The report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Lantine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1275 provides reimbursement for services performed by pharmacists under the Medicaid benefit and also creates equal and unbarred access to critical long-acting injectables, we also call them LAIs for short, medications for treatment of mental health or substance use disorder. And it's a great bill.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a good bill. Pharmacists are well poised, especially in our rural communities, and that's why I'm on this bill, to assist their point of care for all of our communities, especially out in the rural area. And they're team-based, with doctors and everything else, and their primary care and specialists, but they greatly increase patient access to quality health care in Colorado. And without the ability for these pharmacists to be a reimbursable provider, practices are struggling, and they're hard to retain and maintain pharmacists in private practice, and especially for my federally qualified health centers, those clinics. Those services and contributions to Coloradans and our folks in patient care is huge. And but it has led to a decreased access to care in various clinics. And pharmacists, just the increase in access to medications, the pharmacists, it's just better outcomes. They provide a better outcome. And it also decreases a lot of red tape, which I really like. It decreases red tape for access to drugs. And pharmacists probably are really, this involves telehealth visits as well, but pharmacists are probably the most accessible healthcare providers we have across this state. And they provide these high-quality healthcare outcomes, provides a savings overall for healthcare costs. And this bill would cure the issue in a lot of counties. It would really help. And, the doctors and these pharmacists, they consult with each other every day on medication safety, especially in our rural areas. We have physician shortages. Pharmacists and doctors can co-manage these patients collaboratively on a team-based care effort. And it's a good behavioral health thing for sustainable, and it's a sustainable financial model. And I think just allowing for more touch points, as my co-prime mentioned, especially like for some of our behavioral stuff in the homeless situations, is really helpful. And it helps keep people out of the emergency rooms. It helps our law enforcement. Just helps out overall. So I really like this bill, and I strongly ask for a yes vote on it.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, we heard this in Health and Insurance Committee that I'm the ranking member on. So, I want to come and tell you all that, this looks like a worthy bill that's trying to improve matters for patients. We were split decision on in the minority in this bill, so it was a 2-2. So, bear that all in mind. Vote your conscience. Thank you very much.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1275? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1275. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right, the ayes have it. House Bill 1275 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 29.
Senate Bill 29 by Senator Fenberg, also Representatives Garnett and Benavides, concerning in-state tuition classification for members of American Indian tribes with historical ties to Colorado.
Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know the speaker's on his way, so I'll sort of start without him. Members, what this bill does...
Representative Benavides, we don't move
I have
the bill?
to move the bill
Yeah.
and the report.
No, there's no report, just the bill.
Just the bill. I move Senate Bill 21029, and I will let the speaker speak to it.
All right, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Members, I'm excited to be here with Madam Speaker Pro Tem presenting Senate Bill 29. This really is long overdue. This is, I think, the right step for Colorado to take moving forward. All of our state institutions of higher education have agreed to offer members of an American Indian tribe with historical ties here in Colorado in-state tuition. And that is, one, it's taken too long for us to get to this point, but two, a great recognition of our history here in the state, the fact that many people with those ties have moved out of the state because they haven't had access to this. It increases diversity in our system of higher education, and it's a great bill. So I would urge your support.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill acknowledges that we reside in the homelands of Indigenous peoples. We honor and acknowledge that we are on the traditional territories and ancestral homelands of the Cheyenne, Arapaho, and Ute nations. This area, specifically the confluence of the Platte and Cherry Creek rivers, was the epicenter for trade, information sharing, planning for the future, community, family, and ally building, as well as conducting healing ceremonies for over 45 indigenous nations, including the Lakota, Kiowa, Comanche, Apache, Shoshone, Paiute, Zuni, Hopi, among others. We must recognize that the indigenous people, as the original stewards of this land, and as these words of acknowledgement are spoken and heard, remember the ties that these nations still have to their traditional homelands. And let us also acknowledge the painful history of genocide and forced removal from this territory, and pay our respect to the diverse indigenous peoples still connected to this land. And let us also give thanks to all tribal nations and the ancestors of this place we call home. What I just read to you is a land acknowledgement, and it is really why we are doing this bill. The bill will provide that any enrolled tribal member living out of state of any of the 48 tribes that called Colorado its traditional homeland, that if they're living out of state, they should be allowed to come and go to school here and pay in-state tuition at any institution of higher education. CSU has been doing this for a long time. This past fall, CU the regions passed a resolution, and then they agreed to do this through all of the CU campuses. Every other college, including community college, are supportive of this. This does not apply to Fort Lewis, which is free tuition for any indigenous individual, but this is limited to the enrolled tribal members of the 48 tribes that this was their ancestral homelands. As the speaker said, this is past time. It is supported by all the schools, and I would urge your support of this bill. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 29? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 29. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed, no. No. Well, the ayes do have it. Senate Bill 29 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 71.
Senate Bill 71 by Senator Buckner, also Representatives Doherty and Basenecker, concerning measures to limit the detention of juveniles and in connection therewith, making and reducing an appropriation.
Representative Doherty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 71 along with the appropriations report and the judiciary report.
All right, to the appropriations report. Representative Doherty.
Members, we actually saved money on Senate Bill 71. We saved $1 million, and that's what we did in appropriations.
All right, any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed, no. All right, well, the ayes have it. Appropriation report is adopted. To the judiciary report, Representative Doherty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Judiciary, we did work on amendment with the sheriffs to make sure that the sheriffs were included in the working group in this bill. So that was the amendment presented and passed in Judiciary.
All right, any further discussion on the judiciary report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the judiciary report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All right, one aye there. Anyone opposed? No. Oh, well, the ayes do have it. The judiciary report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Doherty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill does two things. It removes the option of money bail for kids and reduces the bed cap for the number of children who can be held in juvenile detention from 327 to 215. This did pass unanimously through Judiciary, which I was very proud of, all of the stakeholding that we did. Nothing else about other options for kids will change. And by doing this, we ensure that a decision about whether a child stays behind bars is about whether they pose a risk or not, and has nothing to do with what their family can afford or pay money to bring them home. Thank you.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep it brief. A bed cap of 215 simply provides a cushion for the most unlikely event of a violent crime spree, while recognizing that Colorado can do better, as we've demonstrated already during COVID. We can reduce the number of kids in custody, so we focus on those that do need detention because they're not in a safe place for release. And we don't harm kids who can safely be in the community. This is a good bill. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One quick question for the sponsors. What defines the definition of juveniles? I mean, in some of the other bills, we've had juveniles go up pretty high, a little bit beyond 18. So help me understand this a little bit.
Representative Doherty.
Thank you for your question. Nothing changes about the definition of juveniles in this bill per the state's definition.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I appreciate that clarification. Thanks. But I'm still kind of concerned about the premise of the bill that we're going to let people go who have done something. And so sort of a rhetorical question is, at what point do we make crime illegal again? Thank you.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 71? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 71. All those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right, Senate Bill 71 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 118.
Senate Bill 118 by Senators Janal and Gardner, also Representatives Peltman and Snyder, considering the creation of alternative response pilot program for county departments of human or social services to address a report of mistreatment of an at-risk adult and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to just tell you what a great honor it is to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Representative Snyder.
And with that, I'd like to move Senate Bill 118.
Okay, to the bill, Representative Snyder.
Thank you. Well, folks, this is really a great idea. This is over 3 years in the making, getting it all together. This is basically a study that will involve 15 of our counties here in Colorado of various sizes and rural versus urban, et cetera. And the idea here is to create a alternative response for how adult protective services. Right now we have a one-size-fits-all, and it really causes a lot of stress and unnecessary hardship on some of our seniors when they have unannounced visits from APS personnel and other things. So it's really been a collaborative process. You know, basically there's a few things we're prioritizing here, and we really want to create better definitions, better categories of what low risk is so that we can tailor the response correctly. And with that, I'll turn it over to my co-prime.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as my co-prime mentioned, one size does not fit all. We say that a lot down here, but at its most basic level, 118 launches a pilot program to identify how we can safely protect at-risk adults using an approach that is better suited to the level of risk they may be facing. Counties have done this before in child welfare. Almost 10 years ago, counties spearheaded a new approach to low-level child welfare incidents. There are many instances when prevention and the offering of additional supports is what a family in crisis needs. The works counties did a decade ago in child welfare is the impetus for 118. This bill will apply a similar collaborative approach to adult protective services so at-risk members of our community experiencing low-risk situations can get the supports they need in a manner that feels less like an interrogation and an investigation. The witnesses, with that, I urge a yes vote.
All right, any further discussion on Senate Bill? Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, bill sponsors. I'm really excited about the potential of this bill, and I'm really excited about the bill itself, and particularly the opportunity to really look at these unannounced visits and the trauma associated with those outcomes. And so thank you for your hard work on this, and I urge a yes vote.
All right, any further discussion on Senate Bill 118? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 118. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. All right, the ayes have it. Senate Bill 118 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1318.
House Bill 1318 by Representatives Herod and Ortiz, also Senator Garcia, concerning the creation of the Outdoor Equity Grant Program and in connection therewith funding the grant program from lottery money.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1318 and the Energy and Environment Committee report and Appropriations Committee report.
Okay, to the Appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee appropriated the funding necessary for this bill as outlined in the bill. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. The Appropriations report is adopted. All right, to the Energy and Environment report. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Energy and Environment Committee just had a technical change to make sure that we had the right citation. I ask for an aye vote.
All right, any further discussion on the Energy and Environment Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Energy and Environment Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. All right, the ayes have it. Energy and Environment report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a great bill. It creates the Outdoor Equity Grant Program, and it is one where we are able to utilize our increased revenue through the lottery funds for this great program to get people to the outdoors. As we all know, the Colorado Way of Life includes our participation in the outdoors, but it's not accessible to all. This bill will help to ensure that there is access. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my prime sponsor, Representative Herod, for allowing me to be a part of this bill, and just to tell a quick personal story about what accessibility for the outdoors has meant to me. This is why I'm here, folks. Was an avid runner before I got injured, survived a helicopter crash, couldn't even sit up in bed under my own power, and to be able to have access to downhill skiing, cross-country skiing, mountain biking, camping, kayaking, was a game changer that quite literally gave me my life back. So anything that I can do to be a part of making sure that we make the outdoors more equitable and more accessible, I'm definitely going to be a proud supporter of. So I also urge your support of this bill as well.
All right, any further discussion on House Bill 1318? Seeing on the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1318. And remember, the s'mores the merrier. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. All right, the ayes have it. House Bill 1318 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1286.
House Bill 1286 by Representatives Kipp and Valdez-A, also Senators Priola and Pedersen, concerning measures to improve energy efficiency and in connection therewith requiring owners of large buildings to collect and report on energy use benchmarking data and comply with performance standards related to energy and greenhouse gas emissions and modifying statutory requirements regarding energy performance contracts.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move HB 21-1286 and the committee reports.
Okay, to the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have, before we get too far on the Finance Committee report, I do have an amendment to the Finance Committee report. But
Just move it.
Since the Finance Committee, we have continued to work with our stakeholders to make sure that as we develop the advisory committee, for this implementation of this bill that we continue to include lots of people, and that's what this amendment does, is it continues to work towards a better place for everybody to be able to have all voices heard on this.
Representative Kipp, do you want to move the amendment
Yes, I move L014,
to the committee report?
the Finance Committee report.
Okay, it's properly moved and displayed. Any further discussion on Amendment L014? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of Amendment L014 to the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. All right, well, that amendment is adopted to the report. All right, to the Finance Committee report. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance. You want to talk about the Finance Committee report, Representative Pico?
The Finance Committee report or the bill?
Finance Committee report. Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition there, and I'm going to bring up a lot of the same subjects we talked about earlier. The premise of the bill is stated on climate change and working on this.
Representative Pico, we're on the Finance Committee report.
I have an amendment to strike the Finance Committee report and strike the Energy Environment Committee report and amend the printed bill.
Okay.
I think that's in order. Is that?
Oh, okay. All right. You have an amendment you'd like to distribute?
Well, I haven't got to speaking of it yet, but I'll.
Okay, carry on. To your the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to set this up first of all. I have a significant amendment, but I'll address some of the issues we covered before a little bit on the climate models, the failures in the climate models to accurately predict everything that's coming up. The climate models predicted by today, 2020, 2021, a 3-degree rise in temperatures, and we've had less than half a degree. In fact, it's about a third degree, depending upon which data set you want to take a look at. The climate models, there's over 100 climate models that have been used to predict the climate change starting in 1979 and pressing forward. Over 100 of these things, and if you look at a graph of them, it's kind of a spaghetti effect. The high end of that would have significant climate change by today, and those are the ones that are predicting a 6-degree rise by the end of the century, and that's the one that people are using. But it is an outlier among all the different climate modeling that has gone before. Said another way, 99% of the climate models disagree with that 6-degree scenario. Now think about that. 99% of the scientists who are predicting global warming disagree with that 6-degree scenario. And that is the basis for much of the legislation that's being put forward, including this one. This one is focused on taking care of climate change. And how much of climate change is this going to affect? How much of the emissions that this is going to approach, this is going to even address? Very little. Out of the over 100 climate models that made various predictions, only 2 came anywhere close to being accurate. There were 2. They actually did predict about where everything came up. So they predicted those models starting in 1980, carried through 2015 and 2020. 2 models out of over 100. Well, the fact that 2 models accurately predicted got the attention of a lot of the reality-based scientists, and they took a look at what they had in those models and who it was that presented it. Ladies and gentlemen, the only models that worked were the ones that discounted carbon dioxide and emphasized natural effects such as volcanoes, solar effects, ocean changes, such as the El Nino-La Nina cycle. The La Nina cycle right now, as I said before, plunging temperatures to below the 30-year average. That's real science, real numbers by your very same owners. So one group of scientists that ran 2 climate models got it right. And who were they? It was the Russian Academy of Sciences. So to put it bluntly, the best, most effective climate change policy at this point would be to impeach the climate for Russian collusion. And as such, I offer Amendment L016 and ask it to be displayed.
All right, Amendment L016 has been moved and is properly displayed. You want to speak to the amendment now?
Now, this may strike you as a little bit facetious, but I think it makes a point. This also calls for a climate charge of $2 per megawatt hour shall be charged for renewable energy generation and storage, and that these funds shall be credited to the Just Transition Cash Fund created in sections 883-504, parentheses 1. This addresses the issue of who has got the climate prediction right. It isn't 100 climate models predicting catastrophic climate change. The only climate models that actually tracked correctly were the ones that discounted carbon dioxide, oddly enough, by the Russian Academy of Sciences. The Russian Academy of Sciences is one of those groups of real scientists who disagree with the bandwagon. Jumping on a bandwagon is one of those logical fallacies. They got it right. They've got it accurate. Let's take a look at them. We need to have that conversation. This is the basis for the justification for all these different legislation. So let's take a look. Let's sit down and take a significant open look. I have been given presentation on this for over 15 years. I've had an open offer to anybody who wants to come and see it. You know how many people have taken me up on that from the other side? 0. Let's have that discussion before you further destroy the economic viability of the state.
Any further discussion on Amendment L016?
I ask for a no vote.
All right. Any further discussion on Amendment L016? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L016. All those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right. The noes have it. Amendment L016 is lost. Any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. All right, the Finance report is adopted. To the Energy and Environment report, Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had a great discussion on energy and environment, and like my co-sponsor said, we've done a number of amendments on each stop along the way to make this a better bill, and we would ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the Energy and Environment report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Energy and Environment report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. All right, well, the ayes have it. The Energy and Environment report is adopted. To the bill, Representative A. Valdez.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And this is an amazing bill, one that my co-sponsor has been working on for years and years now. Hard to believe, but what we're doing with this bill is we're doing a program which has worked in so many places to eliminate waste and create better outcomes for both tenants and building owners. Right now, a significant amount of greenhouse gases that are being produced in this country are being produced as a result of waste, buildings leaking heat, and air conditioning, and that is something that we're hoping to stop for both the benefit of building owners and their tenants to make Colorado a more competitive place. We won't be the first to do this, I would say that as well. Many other states have done it. Denver does it, some other cities in Colorado do it, and it is working very well to find the reasons why buildings are leaking energy, essentially. When we talk about what benchmarking is, it's really just looking at your building in terms of what other buildings are. So just kind of finding out where you are in the place and then developing a plan to make it better. I think one of the areas of the bill where there's a little bit of heartburn is it does down the road, significantly down the road, have some language that would require folks to kind of move along that path. But we're not talking about rebuilding buildings, and I want to say that from the outset. We're talking about things like replacing light bulbs, doing air sealing, getting a smart thermostat. These are the sorts of things that can really make the difference for a building, for a tenant, and it's a great bill. And so we'd ask you for an aye vote today.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you. I'd like to just say thank you to everybody who has stakeholdered this bill with us. We have been working on this bill for, I think, 20 months now. I just want to talk a little bit about what energy benchmarking is. If you go to your local big box store and you want to buy a washer, a dryer, a stove, or refrigerator, something like that, there's a big yellow and black sticker on that. That yellow and black sticker indicates how efficient that appliance is. And it does not compare a refrigerator with a stove or a washing machine with, a dryer or anything like that. It compares like things. That's exactly what this thing does, except it's for buildings. So in Colorado, 15% of our carbon emissions come from large buildings. So what we want to do is we want to start by measuring the usage of these large buildings, and then we're going to be putting an advisory task force into place. We've got some standards, and if at the end of 5 years these buildings don't come up to the standards that are in place, we're going to ask people to make some improvements. It might be changing out your light bulbs. It might be putting some insulation around a water heater. It could be any number of things. It only applies to buildings that are over 50,000 square feet, and it's going to help our carbon emissions. We've really done a lot of work to make sure that this is not going to be a punitive type of plan. This is going to be something that is not onerous for people. There's a number of waivers and exemptions in there. But overall, we do this for about 30%. We do the benchmarking for about 30% of the buildings in our state already. We'd like to add the rest of them in and make sure that we can meet our climate emission goals for the state. So thank you for listening to our bill today. We appreciate it.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1286? Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was in committee for this. I was opposed and will remain opposed. As a business owner going through COVID this last year, all of my employees started working from home because of the conditions. Now that worked out for me because now they're back in the office. But we have all these, commercial businesses, buildings that are sitting empty. They have a lot of vacancies, and this is just we're just imposing another hardship on them. And it's, especially after COVID, I think this is extremely difficult. It's another burden they're going to have a tough time handling. I don't think now's the time to have new regulations, strict performance targets, financial penalties. Like I said, the commercial real estate sector is hurting now, and this is going to hurt it even more. Government impositions, they don't promote success. They never have. And I'm seriously concerned what this bill will do to our economy. So I urge a no vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Van Bibber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, was also on this committee and had several things that kind of stood out to me here when I'm looking at this bill. Sorry about that. Hold on. There we go. I guess I would first start with the fiscal note. When we're looking at the cost, there's an assumption that it's going to be $84 million total for the 11 buildings that would start in this process. And so that's an initial cost that's stated in the fiscal note. But the reality is this: the state owns 600 buildings that would eventually have to comply with this particular bill. That means the fiscal note, eventually, over time, if we really broaden this out and take into account the true cost over time for 600 buildings, with an original $84 million estimate for 11 buildings, extending that to 600 buildings that must be in compliance, we're looking at a $50 trillion amount that needs to be spent over time. That, of course, is something that would deeply concern me. A second thing that stood out to me is the Capital Development Committee that took this into consideration was not fully in support of this either. There wasn't consensus in that committee. It was a 3-3 split to support this bill. And when I think about the green energy, the overbuilding, the environmental piece to attain these green energy goals, and when we talk about overbuilding our infrastructure in order to meet these green energy goals like this bill speaks to, the governor's energy plan requires wind and solar farms to cover 2.4 million acres by 2050. Folks, that's 3,700 square miles, or an area that would stretch from Golden to Aurora in width, and from Fort Collins past Colorado Springs in length. Every bit of it covered with turbines, and solar panels. These are the kinds of bills that are being considered for an environmentally green energy approach. I'm sorry, but my constituents, when we have this discussion, often tell me that's not environmentally friendly, and I agree. There's nothing environmentally friendly about that. And I've asked this question several times in committee and never really gotten an answer other than we have to do our part. The sense of urgency is here. When we make incremental change that's common sense and allows for choice and allows for access, that makes sense. That makes sense to my constituents, it makes sense in the economy, and it makes sense for the environment. Who bears the cost of these kinds of expenditures? I'll tell you who bears these costs. It's my constituents. And it limits their access, it adds to their energy bills, and it doesn't work. Every time a bill such as this is considered and passes, it's another limiting access to affordable energy, as all energy bills are truly connected and consistent in their theme. It limits choice, and as to what the bill sponsor alluded to earlier, being the first to do something doesn't necessarily make it right. This bill will cost us in the future. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard one of the bill sponsors make a comment as I was preparing to come down here that this bill is not onerous, that there are many waiver and other opt-out options. And I guess I heard that and I thought, for a business, having to engage with government, whether for a program or to try to get away from a program, is onerous. So I'd like to demonstrate just how onerous House Bill 21-1286 is by taking several moments to read this. It's 28 pages of standard government speak, standard bill language. So let's begin. House Bill 21-1286, a bill for an act concerning measures to improve energy efficiency and, in connection therewith, requiring owners of large buildings to collect and report on energy use benchmarking data and comply with performance standards related to energy and greenhouse gas emissions, and modifying statutory requirements regarding energy performance contracts. That's the title of the bill. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http:// leg.colorado.gov. Page 2, Section 1. Section 1 of the bill requires owners of certain large buildings, parenthetical, covered buildings, on an annual basis to collect and report to the Colorado Energy Office, parenthetical office, the covered building's energy use. The bill establishes a process requiring certain electric and gas utilities to provide energy use data to a covered building owner when requested by the covered building owner. Section 1 also requires that on or before June 1, 2027, a covered building owner demonstrate that in 2026, the covered building met performance standards set forth in the bill. A covered building owner must demonstrate compliance with the performance standards every 5 years after June 1, 2027. The Air Quality Control Commission, parenthetical commission, is required to adopt rules in 2026 or 2027 that extend or modify the performance standards. Thereafter, the Commission may, as the Commission deems necessary, modify the performance standards by rule. Section 2 requires the office to assist covered building owners with the reporting requirements set forth in Section 1 by Bullet 1, creating a database of covered buildings and owners required to comply with Section 1. Bullet 2, developing publicly available digitally interactive maps and lists showing the energy use and performance standard data reported. Bullet 3, coordinating with any local government that implements its own energy benchmarking requirements or energy performance program, including coordination of reporting requirements. And Bullet 4, collecting an annual fee from owners of covered buildings of $100 per covered building. The office is required to transfer the fees collected to the state treasurer, who will credit the fees to the Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Fund, parenthetical fund, created in Section 2. Section 3 imposes penalties for violations of Section 1 ranging from $500 to $5,000, depending on whether the violations are first violations or subsequent violations, and requires that the civil penalty payments be credited to the fund. Certain subsequent violations are also subject to a penalty of 2 cents per square foot of gross floor area of the covered building for each day that the violations continue. Section 4 modifies the definition of an energy performance contract that a governing body of a municipality, county, special district, or school district, parenthetical board, enters into for evaluation, recommendations, or implementation of energy-saving measures to remove requirements that a board's payment for goods and services pursuant to the contract be made within a certain number of years of the contract's execution. Page 3. Line 1, be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, Section 1, in Colorado Revised Statutes add 25-7-142 as follows. 25-7-142, energy benchmarking, data collection, and access, utility requirements, performance standards, rules, reports, definitions, legislative declaration. 1. legislative declaration. The General Assembly finds, determines, and declares that the regulation of building performance is a matter of statewide concern because, A, as of 2020, buildings represented a significant source of greenhouse gas pollution in the state of Colorado. B, energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions associated with a building produce. Let me start that again, please. B, energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions associated with a building produce impacts far beyond its walls and the boundaries of the local government within which the building is located, including costs to utility ratepayers for increased energy production, community health costs associated with air pollution, and broader societal costs of anthropogenic climate change. Large buildings represent a let me start that again. This is paragraph C. Large buildings represent a disproportionate amount of the energy use and greenhouse gas emissions in the state, yet building tenants that pay those energy costs often lack the ability to implement building upgrades that could improve performance, reduce emissions, and reduce those costs. D, the Commission has both the statutory authority and obligation to require a reduction of greenhouse gas emissions in the state in every sector, including buildings. E, Roman numeral 1, benchmarking and building performance standards, page 4, will support job growth in Colorado. According to the United States Climate Alliance, before January 1, 2020, the fastest growing clean energy industries in Colorado included A, traditional heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, totaling 10,438 jobs, and B, Energy Star and efficient lighting, totaling 11,156 jobs, Roman numeral 2. Additionally, analysis concluded by Advanced Energy Economy identified more than 60,000 advanced energy jobs in Colorado, with more than 50% of those jobs in energy efficiency. The state of Colorado provides many low and no-cost options for Colorado property owners to finance building performance improvements, including Roman numeral 1, property-assessed clean energy financing that the Colorado New Energy Improvement District created in Section 32-20-104 provides, whereby qualifying energy efficiency and renewable energy improvements are paid back via an assessment on annual property taxes, and Roman numeral 2, performance contracting, whereby improvements are paid for by contractually guaranteed savings from efficiency upgrades. Many public utilities in the state also provide technical assistance and financial incentives to help property owners implement building performance improvements. And H, it is in the interest of the state to, Roman numeral 1, establish a program to help Colorado citizens, page 5, understand and track energy use and greenhouse gas emissions from large buildings, and Roman numeral 2, enact performance standards necessary to meet state greenhouse gas emission reduction goals. 2, definitions. As used in this section, unless the context, unless the context otherwise requires, A, quote, aggregated data, unquote, means electric or gas meter data from which any unique identifier or other personal information has been removed and that a qualifying utility collects and aggregates in at least monthly intervals for an entire covered building. B, quote, aggregation threshold, unquote, means for each qualifying utility, the minimum number of customer accounts associated with a covered building for which the qualifying utility may provide the owner of the covered building with aggregated data upon request without requiring each customer's consent to have the customer's energy use data accessed or shared. C, quote, ANSI, unquote, means the American National Standards Institute or its successor organization. D, quote, ASHRAE, unquote, means the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers or its successor society. E, quote, baseline year, unquote, means a year to which a performance year is compared starting in 2021 and continuing every 5 years thereafter. F, quote, benchmark, unquote, means to input benchmarking data into a benchmarking tool to measure and assess the energy, page 6, the energy performance and greenhouse gas pollution for a covered building for the reporting year. G, except as the Commission may modify by rule pursuant to subsection 7 of this section, quote, benchmarking data, unquote, means the information related to a covered building that is input into or calculated by a benchmarking tool and includes, at a minimum, Roman numeral 1, a physical description of the covered building and descriptions of its operational characteristics, including A, the name of the covered building, if any, B, the address of the covered building, C, the primary uses of the covered building, D, the covered building's gross floor area, and E, the years in which the covered building has been certified by Energy Star and the most recent date of certification, if applicable, and Roman numeral 2, data generated by the benchmarking tool, including A, the Energy Star score, if available, B, monthly energy use by fuel type, C, site and source energy use intensity, D, weather normalized site and source energy use intensity, E, confirmation that data quality has been checked, F, annual maximum electricity demand in kilowatts, G, if available for reporting through the benchmarking tool, monthly peak electricity demand, and H, greenhouse gas emissions, including total, indirect, and direct emissions. Page 7. H, except as the Commission may modify by rule pursuant to subsection 7 of this section, quote, benchmarking tool, unquote, means the Energy Star portfolio manager, registered, or a successor online resource used to track and assess the performance of certain properties relative to similar properties. I, quote, biomedical research laboratory, unquote, means a scientific laboratory used to conduct research relating to both biology and medicine. J, quote, campus, unquote, means 2 or more adjacent buildings that are owned and operated by the same person and have a single shared primary function. K, quote, Colorado Energy Office, unquote, or, quote, office, unquote, means the Colorado Energy Office created in section 24-38.5-101. L, quote, correctional facility, unquote, means Roman numeral 1, a correctional facility as defined in section 17-1-102, parenthetical 1.7, and Roman numeral 2, a private contract prison as defined in section 17-1-102, parenthetical 7.3. M, Roman numeral 1, except as the commission may modify by rule to subsection 7 of this section, quote, covered building, unquote, means a building comprising a gross floor area of 50,000 square feet or more that is occupied by a single occupant or group of tenants. Roman numeral 2, quote, covered building, unquote, does not include a storage facility or standalone parking garage that lacks heating and cooling. B, a building in which more than half of the gross floor, page 8, gross floor area is used for manufacturing, industrial, or agricultural purposes. Or C, a single-family home, duplex, or triplex. N, quote, Energy Star, unquote, means the federal program authorized by 42 U.S.C. section 6294A as amended to help customers, businesses, and industries save money and protect the environment through the adoption of energy-efficient products and practices. O, quote, Energy Star score, unquote, means the 1 to 100 numeric rating generated by the Energy Star portfolio manager registered as a measurement of a building's energy efficiency. P, quote, energy use intensity, unquote, means a building's energy use expressed as total site energy use per square foot per year. Q, quote, financial hardship, unquote, means that a property is experiencing at least one of the following conditions. Roman numeral 1, the property has been included on a city's, county's, or city and county's annual tax lien sale within the previous 2 years. Roman numeral 2, the property is an asset subject to a court-appointed receiver that controls the asset due to financial stress. Roman numeral 3, the property is owned by a financial institution as a result of a default by a borrower. Roman numeral 4, the property has been acquired by a deed in lieu of foreclosure. Roman numeral 5, the property is the subject of a senior mortgage subject. I say again, Roman numeral 5, the property is the subject of a senior mortgage subject to a notice of default. Or Roman numeral 6, due to the governor declaring a disaster emergency pursuant to section 24-33.5-704, parenthetical 4, the property in at least 2, page 8, in at least 2 of the previous 5 years generated annual rental income or revenue that totals 60% or less of the 5-year average immediately preceding the disaster emergency declaration. R, quote, greenhouse gas, unquote, has the meaning set forth in section 25-7-140, parenthetical 6. S, quote, gross floor area, unquote, means the total building area as measured from the outside surface of each exterior wall of the building, including above grade and below grade space. T, quote, IES, unquote, means the Illuminating Engineering Society or its successor society. U, quote, local government, unquote, means a statutory or home rule municipality, county, or city and county. V, quote, owner, unquote, means a person possessing title to a property or the person's designated agent. W, quote, performance year, unquote, means the year in which performance standards are required to be met pursuant to subsection 8 of this section beginning in 2026 and continuing every 5 years thereafter until 2051. X, quote, qualifying utility, unquote, means Roman numeral 1, an electric or gas utility with 5,000 or more active commercial and industrial service connections, accounts, or customers in the state, including A, an investor-owned electric or gas utility, B, a cooperative electric association, or C, a municipality-owned electric or gas utility, or Roman numeral 2, a natural gas supplier with 5 or more active, page 10, 5 or more active commercial or industrial connections, accounts, or customers in the state. Y, quote, renewable energy, unquote, means energy, Roman numeral 1, that meets the definition of, quote, eligible energy resources, unquote, set forth in section 40-2-124, parenthetical 1A, Roman numeral 2, to the maximum extent technically feasible and legally allowable, is produced as retail distributed generation as defined in section 42, I say again, as defined in section 40-2-124, parenthetical 1A, Roman numeral 8, with the remainder produced by off-site sources, and Roman numeral 3, for which its renewable energies certificates have been retired on behalf of the covered building after being used for compliance with the performance standards set forth in subsection 8 of this section. Z, quote, renewable energy certificate means the environmental attributes of 1 megawatt hour of renewable energy. We're into double A's here now. Parenthetical double A, quote, state institution of higher education, unquote, Roman numeral 1, has the meaning set forth in section 23-1-108, parenthetical 7G, Roman numeral 2. Roman numeral 2 includes the Aurora Higher Education Center governed pursuant to Article 7 of Title 23, and Roman numeral 3 does not include a biomedical research laboratory. Bravo, bravo. Quote, tenant, unquote, means a person that, pursuant to a rental or lease agreement, occupies or holds possession of a building or part of a building or premises. Charlie, Charlie, quote, unique identifier, unquote, means a customer's contact information displayed on a utility bill, such as the customer's name, mailing address, telephone number, or email address. Page 11, Delta, Delta, quote, university customer, unquote, means the building owner or tenants listed on the utilities records as the customer liable for payment of the utilities service or additional charges assessed on the utility account. 3, benchmarking requirements on owners. A, I say again, excuse me. On or before December 1, 2022, and on or before June 1 of each subsequent year, the owner of a covered building shall submit a report of the benchmarking data for the previous calendar year to the office. B, before providing a benchmarking report pursuant to Section 3A of this section, an owner shall run any automated data checking function of the benchmarking tool and correct any errors discovered. C, the following owners may comply with this subsection 3 collectively at the campus-wide level. Roman numeral 1, the owner of multiple covered buildings that are part of a master metered group of buildings without submetering. Roman numeral 2, the owner of a correctional facility, and Roman numeral 3, the owner of a state institution of higher education. 4, utility data requirements. A, on or before January 1, 2022, a qualifying utility shall, Roman numeral 1, establish an aggregation threshold that is 4 or fewer utility customer accounts. Roman numeral 2, publish its aggregation threshold based on its public website. And 3, upon request of an owner of a covered building, begin providing energy use data to the owner. Page 12. B, energy use data that a qualifying utility provides an owner pursuant to this subsection 4 must be, Roman numeral 1, available on or able to be requested through an easily navigable web portal or online request form using up-to-date standards for digital authentication, including single one-time passwords or multi-factor authentication. Roman numeral 2, provided to the owner within 30 days after receiving the owner's valid written or electronic request. Roman numeral 3, directly uploaded to the owner's benchmarking tool account, delivered in the spreadsheet template specified by the benchmarking tool, or delivered in another format approved by the office. Roman numeral 4, provided to the owner on at least an annual basis until the owner revokes the request for energy use data or sells the covered building. And Roman numeral 5, provided in accordance with this subsection 4, regardless of whether the owner is named on the utility account for the covered building. C, for covered buildings that do not meet the qualifying utilities aggregation threshold and thus require utility customer consent to access or share energy use data, the consent, Roman numeral 1, may be in writing or electronic form. Roman numeral 2 may be provided in a lease agreement provision. Roman numeral 3 is valid until the utility customer revokes it, and Roman numeral 4 is not required if a utility customer vacates the covered building before explicitly denying the owner consent to, page 13, to access and share the utility customer's energy use data. 5, benchmarking waivers and extensions of time. A, an owner of a covered building may seek a waiver from the benchmarking requirements set forth in subsection 3 of this section if the owner submits documentation to and receives approval from the office, which documentation establishes that the covered building has met one or more of the following conditions for the calendar year to be benchmarked. Roman numeral 1, the covered building was unoccupied for at least 30 consecutive days of the year. Roman numeral 2, a demolition permit was issued for the entire covered building. Roman numeral 3, the covered building met one or more of the conditions for financial hardship. Or Roman numeral 4, the covered building does not meet a qualifying utilities aggregation threshold. One or more of the utility customers refuse to provide the owner with permission to access the utility customer's relevant energy use data. The owner provides proof to the office that it requested permission from the utility customer or utility customers withholding consent at least 30 days before the benchmarking report was due, and the owner submits a plan to include an energy use data sharing permission provision in the next lease renewal. B, an owner of a covered building may request a time extension from the office to submit a benchmarking report if the owner submits documentation to the office demonstrating that despite the owner's good faith effort, the owner was unable to, page 14, unable to complete the benchmarking report in a timely manner because of the failure or refusal of a qualifying utility or a utility customer to provide the necessary information or permission as applicable. C, the office shall notify the division of all approved waivers and extensions of time, the approval of which is solely within the office's discretion. D, pursuant to subsection 7 of this section, the Commission may, by rule, modify the requirements for obtaining a waiver or extensions of time pursuant to this subsection 5. 6. Requirements upon sale or lease of a covered building. A, at the time of listing a covered building or a portion of a covered building for sale or lease, the owner of the covered building shall furnish a copy of reported benchmarking data from the previous calendar year or from the most recent 12-month period of continuous occupancy to the following. Roman numeral 1, prospective buyers or lessees. Roman numeral 2, any brokers as defined in section 12-10-201, parenthetical 6, who make inquiry about the property, and Roman numeral 3, major commercial real estate listing services on which the property is listed. B, upon receipt of the benchmarking data, a commercial real estate listing service that lists properties in the state shall include in the property's listing at a minimum the property's Energy Star score, if applicable, and the property's energy use intensity. C, if a covered building changes ownership, the former, page 15, the former owner shall make available to the new owner the energy use data, utility customer consent documentation, if any, and any other information about the property that is necessary to benchmark the covered building. The former owner shall transfer to the new owner both the record representing the covered building within the benchmarking tool and the request to a qualified utility for aggregated data. The new owner may request and receive from a qualifying utility the aggregated data necessary to fulfill benchmarking reporting requirements. 7. Benchmarking rules. The Commission may promulgate rules to implement the benchmarking programs set forth in this section. Additionally, the Commission may, by rule, modify the following. A, the provisions regarding waivers and extensions of time set forth in subsection 5 of this section. B, the definition of, quote, benchmarking data, unquote, but only if the modified definition concerns data that, 1, I beg your pardon, Roman numeral 1, is capable of being recorded by the benchmarking tool, and Roman numeral 2 includes the Energy Star score, if applicable, and energy use intensity. C, the benchmarking tool that owners are required to use to benchmark. D, data verification requirements, and E, after June 1, 2029, the minimum gross floor area included in the definition of, quote, covered building, unquote. 8, performance standard requirements. A, to help achieve, page 16, to help achieve the statewide greenhouse gas emission reduction targets set forth in section 25-7-102, parenthetical 2G, the state shall implement performance standards for covered buildings, B, Roman numeral 1, except as provided in subsection 8B, Roman numeral 2 of this section, on or before June 1 of a year following a performance year, an owner of a covered building shall submit to the office a report in a form and manner determined by the office demonstrating that in the most recent performance year, the covered building met the performance standards set forth in subsection 8C or 8D of this section, or if the commission by rule modifies the performance standards pursuant to subsection 10 of this section, the modified performance standards set forth in the commission's rules. Roman numeral 2. For a covered building owned by the state, the owner need comply with the performance requirements set forth in this subsection 8 only if the owner commences work on a construction or renovation project that has an estimated cost of at least $500,000. C, for performance year 2026, an owner of a covered building shall demonstrate in accordance with the recording requirement set forth in subsection 8B, Roman numeral 1 of this section, that the covered building met one or more of the following performance standards or the performance standards set forth in subsection 8D of this section. Roman numeral 1. The covered building received an Energy Star score of A, 75 or higher, or B, 15 points higher than the Energy Star score that, page 17, that the covered building received during its most recent baseline year. Roman numeral 2, the covered building's weather normalized site and source energy use intensity was reduced by at least 15% compared to its performance during the most recent baseline year. Roman numeral 3, the covered building's energy use intensity met or surpassed A, the sector-specific and climate zone-specific target determined by the commission or rule, or B, if the commission has not yet promulgated a rule establishing the target described in subsection 8C, Roman numeral 3A of this section, the sector-specific and climate zone-specific target contained in the most recent edition of ANSI ASHRAE IES Standard 100-2018, quote, energy efficiency in existing buildings, unquote, or its successor standard, or Roman numeral 4, the covered building is a mixed-use property and the owner of the covered building submits proof that the covered building meets or exceeds the energy use intensity standards set forth in subsection 8C, Roman numeral 3 of this section as determined by a weighted average of square footage by function or use. D, as an alternative to the performance standards set forth in subsection 8C of this section, an owner may comply with the performance standard requirement for performance year 2026 by demonstrating that for at least 4 of the 5 years immediately after the most recent baseline year, at least 50% of the covered building's electricity was, page 18, was generated from renewable energy, and Roman numeral 1, the covered building received an Energy Star score of A, 65 or higher, or B, 10 points higher than the Energy Star score that the covered building received during its most recent baseline year. Roman numeral 2, the covered building's weather normalized site and source energy use intensity was reduced by at least 10% compared to its performance during the most recent baseline year, or Roman numeral 3, the covered building's energy use intensity was within 10% of A, the sector-specific and climate zone-specific target determined by the commission by rule. B, if the commission has not yet promulgated a rule establishing the target described in subsection 8D, Roman numeral 3A of this section, the sector-specific and climate zone-specific target contained in ANSI ASHRA IES Standard 100-2018, quote, energy efficiency in existing buildings, unquote, or its successor standard, or C, if the covered building is a mixed-use property, the sector-specific and climate zone-specific target determined by the commission by rule, or if the commission has not yet promulgated a rule establishing the target by the standard referenced in subsection 8D, Roman numeral 3B of this section, as determined by a weighted average of square footage by function or use. E, in submitting a performance report demonstrating that a covered building has met performance standards, page 18, going to page 19, the owner of the covered building may substitute a year within 2 years before or after the relevant baseline year as the year to which the performance year may be compared. F, the following may comply with this subsection 8 collectively at the campus-wide level. Roman numeral 1, the owner of multiple covered buildings that are part of a master metered group of buildings without submetering. 2, the owner of a correctional facility. And Roman numeral 3, the owner of a state institution of higher education. 9, performance standard waivers or extensions of time. A, for performance year 2026, and if extended by the commission by rule pursuant to subsection 10 of this section, for subsequent performance years, the office shall grant an owner of a covered building a waiver from the requirement to meet the performance standards by demonstrating in the performance report that, Roman numeral 1, in the most recent 5 years, the office granted a waiver from benchmarking reporting for the covered building in at least 2 of the 5 years. Roman numeral 2, the covered building is a tenant-owned multifamily residential building. Roman numeral 3, at least 80% of the residential tenants in the covered building have a household income that is less than 80% of the area median income. Roman numeral 4, the covered building is designated a historic property under federal, state, or local law or registry, and A, the covered building was built before 1950, page 20. B, the owner of the covered building submits proof that the owner cannot perform additional energy data I say again, the owner of the covered building submits proof that the owner cannot perform any additional energy efficiency upgrades in which the initial costs of the upgrades could be recovered from energy bill savings in fewer than 5 years without jeopardizing the historic designation or structural integrity of the property, and C, the owner submits proof that the covered building has been commissioned or recommissioned since the most recent baseline year in accordance with ANSI ASHRA and IES Standard 202-2018, quote, commissioning process for buildings and systems, unquote, or its successor standard, or Roman numeral 5, in or after the most recent baseline year, the covered building received a certificate of occupancy and the owner submits proof to the office that the covered building was constructed to meet or surpass the efficiency levels in one of the following. A, one of the 2 most recent editions of the International Code Council's or its successor organization's International Energy Conservation Code. B, ANSI ASHRAE IES Standard 90.1-2019, quote, energy standards for buildings except low-rise residential buildings, unquote, or its successor standard, or C, ANSI ASHRAE Standard 90.2-2018, quote, energy efficient design of low-rise residential buildings, unquote, or its successor standard or code. B, an owner of a covered building may request an extension of time from the office if the owner submits, page 21, the owner submits documentation to the office demonstrating that, Roman numeral 1, after the most recent baseline year, the benchmarking tool conducting, I say again, Roman numeral 1, after the most recent baseline year, the benchmarking tool conducted a large-scale recalibration, rendering the covered building's Energy Star score insufficient to meet the performance standards set forth in subsection 8 of this section. Roman numeral 2, the primary function of the building has changed since the last performance year, or Roman numeral 3, the building changed ownership since the most recent baseline year. 10, performance standard rules. A, on or after December 1, 2026, but no later than December 1, 2027, the Commission, after consultation with affected stakeholders, shall promulgate rules to either extend or modify the performance standards, waivers, or extensions of time set forth in subsections 8C, 8D, 9A, and 9B of this section to require all covered properties in the aggregate to achieve or exceed 20% energy and greenhouse gas reductions by 2031 compared to the energy and greenhouse gas levels in 2021. B, on or before December 1 of each subsequent baseline year through 2047, the Commission, after consultation with affected stakeholders, shall promulgate rules to extend or modify the performance standards to achieve or exceed emission reductions that are consistent with the statewide greenhouse gas emission reduction targets set forth in section 25-7-1022G. C, the calculation of greenhouse gas reductions, page 22, greenhouse gas reductions pursuant to this subsection 10 must not include savings from system-wide decarbonization of electricity or natural gas utility grids, but the reductions may include savings from utility or local energy efficiency programs. D, the Commission's rules must not unduly burden any of the following buildings. Roman numeral 1, high-performance buildings. 2, I say again, Roman numeral 2, tenant-owned multifamily residential buildings. Roman numeral 3, residential buildings primarily used to house low-income households. Roman numeral 4, properties built before 1950 that have been designated historic properties, or Roman numeral 5, buildings owned by a local government. E, on or after June 1, 2029, but not before June 1, 2030, the Commission shall commence a rulemaking proceeding to consider reducing the size threshold of a covered building for purposes of meeting the performance standards set forth in subsection 8 of this section or rules promulgated pursuant to this subsection 10. The Commission may adopt subsequent rules to lower the size threshold. F, The Commission shall not adopt rules to rescind or modify the exemptions for local governments and districts from payment of the annual fee as set forth in Section 24-38.5-110, parenthetical 1E, Roman numeral 2, or the exemptions for local governments and districts from payment of civil penalties as set forth in Section 25-7-122, parenthetical 1I. 11. Saving clause. This section does not restrict, page 23, A, the ability of a qualifying utility to provide incentives or other energy efficiency program services for covered buildings. B, the ability of an investor-owned utility to take credit as deemed appropriate by the Public Utilities Commission for energy or greenhouse gas emission savings achieved for covered buildings. C, the ability of a qualified utility to set an aggregation threshold that is less than 4, or D, a local government from adopting or implementing an ordinance or resolution that imposes more stringent benchmarking or performance standard requirements. Section 2. In Colorado, revised statutes add 24-38.5-102.6 and 24-38.5-110 as follows. 24-38.5-102.6 Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Fund Creation Use. 1. The Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Fund, referred to in this section as the, quote, fund, unquote, is hereby created in the state treasury. The fund consists of A, civil penalties credited to the fund pursuant to Section 25-7-122, parenthetical 1I, Roman numeral 3. B, building performance program fees credited to the fund pursuant to Section 24-38.5-110, parenthetical 1E, which fees must be separately accounted for in the fund. C, gifts, grants, and donations made to the Colorado Energy Office to help finance its administration of climate change mitigation or adaptation programs and policies. D, any money that the General Assembly may appropriate, page 24, may appropriate or transfer to the fund, and E, any other money credited to the fund. 2. Money in the fund is continuously appropriated to the Colorado Energy Office for the purpose of financing and administering programs and policies developed to mitigate or adapt to climate change throughout the state. 3. The state treasurer shall credit all interest and income derived from the deposit and investment of money in the fund to the fund. 24-38.5-110, Building Performance Program, Duties of the Office, County Assessor Records Database, Fees, Definitions. 1. The Colorado Energy Office shall implement a building performance program as follows. A, based on county assessor records and other available sources of information, the office shall create a database of covered buildings and owners required to comply with the building performance program. B, upon request of the office, a county assessor shall, if feasible using existing resources, provide readily available property data from existing records to the office as necessary for implementation of this section. I beg your pardon, I say again, C. The office shall make publicly available through digitally interactive maps, lists, or other technology as determined by the office, benchmarking data for all covered buildings that have reported in each year pursuant to Section 25-7-142, parenthetical 3. The publicly available data must not include any contact information for a covered building that is not, page 25, that is not otherwise publicly available. I say again, D. The office shall coordinate with any local government that implements its own energy benchmarking or energy performance program, including the coordination of reporting requirements. E, Roman numeral 1. Except as provided in subsection 1E, Roman numeral 2 of this section, to finance the office's administration of the building performance program, the office shall collect from each owner of a covered building an annual fee of $100 per covered building. The office shall transfer the fees collected to the state treasurer, who shall credit them to the Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Fund created in Section 24-38.5-102.6. Roman numeral 2. The following entities are exempt from paying the annual fee described in subsection 1E, Roman numeral 1 of this section. A statutory or home rule city, city and county, or B, a district or special district governed by Title 32, 2, as used in this section unless the context otherwise requires. A, quote, benchmarking data, unquote, has the meaning set forth in section 25-7-142, parenthetical 2G. B, building performance program, I say again, B, quote, building performance program, unquote, means the benchmarking and performance standard requirements set forth in section 25-7-142, parenthetical 3 and parenthetical 8. C, quote, Colorado Energy Office, unquote, or, quote, office, unquote, means the Colorado Energy Office created in section 24-38.5-101, page 26. D, quote, covered building, unquote, has the meaning set forth in section 25-7-142, parenthetical 2M. E, quote, owner, unquote, has the meaning set forth in section 25-7-142, 2, parenthetical 2V. Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes 25-7-122, add parenthetical 1I as follows. 25-7-122, civil penalties, rules, definitions. 1. Upon application of the division may collect penalties as determined under this Article 7 by instituting an action in the district court for the district in which the air pollution source affected is located in accordance with the following provisions. I say again, I, Roman numeral 1, on or after January 1, 2024, and except as provided in subsection Parenthetical 1I, Roman numeral 2 of this section, an owner of a covered building that violates section 25-7-142, parenthetical 3, or parenthetical 6, is subject to a civil penalty of up to $500 for a first violation and up to $2,000 for each subsequent violation. An owner of a covered building that violates section 25-7-142, parenthetical 8, is subject to a civil penalty of up to $2,000 for a first violation and for a subsequent violation up to $5,000 plus for each day that the violation continues up to 2 cents per square foot of gross floor area of the covered building. Roman numeral 2, the division shall not assess a civil penalty with regard to a building if, let me start that again, Roman numeral 2. The division shall not assess a civil penalty with regard to a building owned by A, the state, B, a statutory or home rule city, city and county, or county. Page 27. We're hitting the home stretch here, ladies and gentlemen. C, a school district as defined in section 22-11-103, parenthetical 29. D, a state institution of higher education as defined in subsection, as I say again, as defined in section 23-1-108, parenthetical 7G, Roman numeral 2, but including the Aurora Higher Education Center governed pursuant to Article 70 of Title 23, or E, a district or special district governed by Title 32. Roman numeral 3, notwithstanding Section 25-7-129, the division shall transmit civil penalties collected pursuant to this subsection, parenthetical 1I, to the state treasurer, who shall credit them to the Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Fund created in Section 24-38.5-102.6, Roman numeral 4, as used in this subsection, parenthetical 1I, a, quote, covered building, unquote, has the meaning set forth in section 25-7-142, parenthetical 2M. B, quote, gross floor area, unquote, has the meaning set forth in section 25-7-142, parenthetical 2S. C, quote, owner, unquote, has the meaning set forth in section 25-7-142, parenthetical 2V. Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes 29-12.5-101, amend 3, introductory portion, parenthetical 3F and 3H, and repeal parenthetical 3G as follows. 29-12.5-101, definitions. As used in this article 12.5.3, quote, energy performance contract, unquote, means a contract for evaluations, recommendations, or implementation of one or more energy-saving measures designed to produce utility cost savings, operation and maintenance cost savings, or vehicle fleet operational and fuel cost savings, which contract F requires a board upon termination or expiration of the contract to return to the party any money that the party, page 28, the party deposited with the board and did not forfeit to the board pursuant to subsection 3E of this section, and now there's several lines of cross out here of this section, and maximum term of the payments that the board makes must be less than the cost-weighted average useful life of energy cost savings equipment for which the contract is made, not to exceed 25 years. Section 5, Act subject to petition, effective date, applicability. This act takes effect at 12:01 on the day following the expiration of the 90-day period after final adjournment of the General Assembly, except that if a referendum petition is filed pursuant to Section 1, parenthetical 3 of Article 5 of the state constitution against this act, or an item, section, or part of this act within such period, then the act, item, section, or part will not take effect unless approved by the people at the general election to be held in November 2022, and in such case will take effect on the date of the official declaration of the vote thereon by the governor. This act applies to conduct occurring on or after the applicable effective date of this act. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's 28 pages of a system that was described as not onerous, with a lot of waivers, with time extensions, but that's pretty onerous to me. You'll notice that the state has eliminated itself from any such process, evaluation, and any kind of measurement tool that it would impose upon private owners. You'll notice that there are penalties that compound not just by square footage, but by the number of days that there is a violation of a newly enacted requirement for a topic that many people question is even valid in the first place. And once again, we have saddled, if this were to pass, we have saddled property owners, building owners, with a very onerous obligation to the state.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to my colleague. You talk about saddling something. Now that's where I get interested, because they say if you saddle a horse and you cinch the horse too tight.
Representative Holtorf, is this to the bill?
Absolutely. If you'd let me talk, I'll get to it. Now here we go. I'm going to try to get through this, and it is to the bill. We're talking about energy performance for buildings, and I would appreciate some patience. I will try to give all of you my patience, if I in turn can have patience as well. We talk about saddling, and I'm from the country, so please appreciate where I come from and the message I bring from eastern Colorado. They say when you saddle a horse too tight, you throw the saddle on, you cinch it too tight, the horse isn't going to run. The horse isn't going to work and perform. Now, this particular bill, to the bill, Madam Chair, is going to saddle, in this case, private properties, I believe over 20,000 square feet, with a serious burden to meet these energy performance standards. Now, some of them may be able to do that easily. Some may not be able to do that. And then they are going to be at risk. They're going to be at risk because now we have onerous and excessive penalties that are embedded in this legislation to gain compliance. Now, I'm troubled, and I'm going to get to the details here because I have a very good analysis of the bill, to the bill. But I'm very troubled when we have bias and inequity in legislation. It's not inclusive. Because we're saying, well, if you're in the public space, don't worry about it. If you're in the private space, you better get really familiar with the Energy Performance for Buildings program and the requirements that are soon forthcoming, 21, 22, 22, 23, and beyond. So this is to the bill. Now I'm going to enter into the analysis, which, and I really do appreciate, and I believe these, and I don't know if these are available to the general public, but for Colorado we call them the pink sheets. It's a fiscal note. I'll hold it up for the people that are watching on the Colorado Channel. And this is a very good analysis from the Legislative Council staff, a nonpartisan Services for Colorado legislative entity. Because I find, and I said this earlier, that the fiscal note analysis oftentimes gives you a very good analysis of what a bill will do over and above the bill summary that comes on the front end of the bill, and then reading the bill language. So, House Bill 21-1286, Energy Performance for Buildings in the topic. Of course, it did start in the House Energy and Environment Committee. There was a fiscal analysis done. The prime sponsors are listed over here on the marquee. Rep. Kip and Valdez in this chamber, Valdez A. Summary of the fiscal impact. To the bill topic of energy performance for buildings. The bill directs the Colorado Energy Office to implement a building performance program and requires owners of certain large buildings to submit annual energy use data to the office and meet energy performance standards. And I don't think these energy performance standards have even been determined yet. Now, I've heard some reports that some energy performance standards, if they're too onerous, will require a building to be taken down and rebuilt. So that would be problematic for a building owner. It's called regulating somebody out of existence. I don't know if Colorado is ready for that. Well, maybe we're already doing it. But I digress. The bill increases state and local government expenditures beginning in FY fiscal year 2021 and 22, and state revenue beginning in fiscal year 2022 and 23. Now, the bill requires an appropriation of over $500,000 to the Colorado Energy Office. Now, I want to take a little time here, Colorado, because you've heard me over the last few days say, you know, we've got this bill, and here's another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, this goes up to 8.5 FTE in the out years. And another 500,000, 200,000, 300,000, give me 4. 400,000, give me 5. 500,000, give me 6 now, give me 6 now.
Representative
Anybody?
Holtorf,
I'm sorry, I'm just going back to my roots. I apologize. Getting to the bill now, this thing here goes up to 1.3 million in the out years. In the out years, 5 years from now. So we're growing government. Every bill. That's a problem. Every bill. Somebody has to pay for that growth. So we better do everything in our power to create an economic condition that allows for that growth. In every industry, in every space. We better not put the saddle on and cinch it too tight anywhere. And this right here, I believe, does that, with the exception of one thing. Well, if you're a public building, oh, it doesn't apply to you. You're a government. You're in government, and we're gonna exempt you because you're in government. But all you private sector people, boy, we're gonna tighten that cinch up and put the spurs to you. All right, let me get down to the summary of legislation. This bill requires the Colorado Energy Office CEO to implement a building performance program. The program requires owners of covered buildings to submit annual benchmark data by December 1st, 2022, and by June 1st every other year thereafter to the CEO. And that's not Chief Executive Officer, that's Colorado Energy Office. But I'm pretty sure the Chief Executive Officer of every business is going to want to see that. Now here's the problem in business. Because of this government regulation you're putting on business, let me get to the point as a small business owner. Who's going to do that work? If you're a small business person with a staff of 3 to 5 people, and 2 of the people are married and trying to run the business out of their home, on the dinner table, who's going to put this report together, Colorado? Got any answers? Because, see, in business, we don't get to go to the general fund and pull another $100,000 here and $100,000 there. We don't get to make another appropriation. We don't get to go and get more money from the money tree. We also have to hire more people. So now we have more FTE in business. Private business has to get more FTE, and just like the government, it costs us money. If you were to analyze, Colorado, what small business and middle-sized business and large businesses will have to do, as this report does for Colorado, you would be shocked at the cost to Colorado this would be, and every other thing we do in the Gold Dome. And I will tell you, Colorado's getting tired of it. Colorado business is getting tired of it. And I'm getting tired of it as a small business owner. Now I digress. I'm going to get back here into this. I was talking about the Colorado Energy Office. The bill creates the continuously appropriated Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Fund and specifies program fees and civil penalties. No, that's a nice word, civil penalties. I can't wait for those associated with the program. Neither can business. They're excited. The bill authorizes the Air Quality Control Commission, AQCC. Now here's the problem. Our air quality, for those of you watching out there in Colorado, our Air Quality Control Commission has hitched their wagon to California, because apparently California knows everything, and Colorado's got to do everything California does in this space. So we use their standards, and I don't know if you've been in Los Angeles lately. I don't know how that's working for them, particularly in a hot summer day.
Representative Holtorf, please stick to the bill.
To the bill. Well, I'm not interested in California's quality control standards. I think we ought to have our own, but when we do the AQCC, Air Quality Control Commission, within the Department of Public Health and Environment to promulgate rules modifying the program. Colorado, that means California is telling you what you get to do, unless we set up our own commission standards. I think Coloradoans should be very concerned. The elements of the program are described below, and I'll get to that in detail. Covered buildings, including buildings in excess of 50,000 square feet, with certain exceptions outlined in the bill. So for you commercial buildings in my country, for you large arenas, you got a problem. Because now you're going to get some new rules and regulations you have to follow, or suffer civil penalties associated with the program, which I don't even know if they're defined in the bill clearly. Next paragraph, building performance program based on county assessor records and other information. The Colorado Energy Office is required to produce and make available to the public a database of covered buildings along with the benchmarking data for the covered buildings. Now, benchmarking data, how's benchmarking data determined? Are we going back to climate change, global analysis? Who's doing the analysis? Which science are we using? Are we using the science from over here? Are we using the science from over there? Because we all know we want to follow the science. You know, where does that lead us to with this particular benchmarking data? Well, that's a big unknown. The Colorado Energy Office will collect an annual fee of $100 for each covered building. Well, here they go. Here's where they start digging into your pocket, Colorado, because you know they're not going to do anything without having you pay for it. Now, $100 doesn't sound like much, but how many buildings are in the state that meet this criteria? I imagine there's hundreds of thousands, if not tens of millions of dollars that are going to come out of that, just at $100 a building. To finance the program's administration, credited to the Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Fund. The AQCC, Air Quality Control Commission, is authorized to modify elements of the program, including the definition of benchmarking data, the selection of a benchmarking tool building owners, the selection of a benchmarking tool building owners are required to use, and the provisions of waivers and extensions. And after June 1st, 2029, the minimum gross area included in the definition of all these covered buildings. So let me just talk about that a little bit. So this commission is going to decide what the data is and where it comes from. I hope it's not political. Oh, wait, too late. Too late on that one. I hope that the definition of the benchmarking data, but more importantly, the selection of the benchmarking tool building, which is basically the protocol that you're going to have to do as a building owner to meet these energy performance standards that are being mandated by the heavy hand of government. I hope they're also objective, based on science, clear, apolitical. Well, we might be too late there. But I don't know. As I move along here, we talk about the benchmarking requirements. We're going to get into a little more of this, and I'll get off the Air Quality Control Commission at this time. Benchmarking requirements. Benchmarking data includes the physical description of the building and information generated by a benchmarking tool, including the Energy Star score, monthly energy use by fuel type, energy use intensity, and greenhouse gas emissions. Well, a lot of that depends on how heavy the coat is you're wearing at work in the winter. So I imagine there'll be an effect to workers, perhaps. As these buildings are forced to try to fit within this benchmarking tool to meet those benchmarking data requirements, what are they going to do? How are they going to do this? Well, that's to be determined, Colorado. Qualifying utilities are covered to provide energy use data to covered building owners for the reporting requirements. Well, yeah, it's readily available. How much energy are you using to do the operations that you do? How much energy are you using to heat the building in the wintertime? How cold a winter are you having? The following owners may comply with the benchmark requirements at the campus-wide level. Master metered groups of buildings without sub-metering. Well, I guess if you're in a campus, you can just use the overall amounts and not have to worry about each building. Even if one building is a super energy user, super energy emitter, as long as that average gets averaged out. Correctional facilities. Well, that's good because now correctional facilities don't have to turn the heat down to try to minimize the energy use intensity that I mentioned earlier as one of the benchmarking requirements. And state institutions of higher education. So your college-bound kids aren't going to have to worry about that either. They won't be freezing in the dormitory or in their classrooms. But I digress. I'm going to get to performance years next. Performance years are the years that performance standards must be met, beginning in 2026 and continuing every 5 years. The baseline year is the year to which a performance year is compared, starting in 2021 and counting every 5 years. So a little cowboy math says maybe 2026 we do it again, 2031, 2036, and so on. For state-owned covered buildings, which I have a problem with the word, maybe for taxpayer-owned covered buildings, because the taxpayers own the buildings, they paid for them. But for, as this says, for state-owned covered buildings, the owners must comply with the performance standards only if the owner commences work on a construction or renovation project that it has an estimated cost of at least $500,000. The AQCC, Air Quality Control Commission, is required to promulgate rules by December 1st, 2027. Well, there it is. In 6 years, here it comes, Colorado. Either extending or modifying the performance standards to require all covered properties in aggregate to achieve or exceed 20% energy or greenhouse gas reductions by 2031 compared to 2021. But wait, I think all the government buildings don't have to do any of it. And Lord knows how much energy this Capitol building expends as the heat goes, because it gets really hot in this building in the winter. And I don't think they can regulate it. I would imagine it would cost a lot of money to get this building in compliance with energy performance for building standards, which should be, if we lead by example, Colorado, where we start. We start with the government buildings first, and we show Colorado how we can do this. But no, we're going to let the private sector do it. Maybe we'll think about it when we feel like it, if it's convenient or financially advantageous to us as a state for these government buildings. But I digress. I'll get back to this. The AQCC is also required to promulgate these rules by December 1st of each subsequent baseline year through 2047. To achieve or exceed emissions reductions consistent with the greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets established in the Climate Action Plan, House Bill 19-1261. Well, we know many things don't happen by accident. There is a master puppeteer with a master plan. Performance standards for the performance year 2026. An owner of a covered building must demonstrate one of the following standards were met in 2027 submission. Now, there's 4 of these. I'll go over each one of these. The covered building receiving an Energy Star score of 75 or higher, or 15 points higher than its most recent baseline. So this is how you advance. This is how you improve. This is how you stay out of trouble. Because if you don't do this, let me go back a little bit here. I think I saw that word here on page 2. If you don't do that, there will be program fees and civil penalties. Civil penalties. I don't know what that means, but I'm sure it's not good. Boy, there's a lot of pages here, Madam Chair. Wow. Okay, I'm back where the covered building's weather normalization site and source energy use intensity was 15% lower than the most recent baseline year. The covered building's energy use intensity met or surpassed the sector-specified and climate zone-specific targets as determined by the AQCC, Air Quality Control Commission, by the rule of the most recent edition of ANSI, ASHRAE, or IES Standard 100-2018. Now, one of those acronyms I was a member of in college. I'll see if anybody can figure out that little trivia question. Obviously, the student chapter. For the record, the covered buildings is a mixed-use property and submits proof of meeting the weighted average energy use intensity target. Getting a little dry. It might have been Representative Pico's water, I'm not sure. Alternatively, owners of covered buildings may comply with the performance standards by demonstrating that for at least 4 of the 5 years immediately following the most recent baseline year, at least 50% of the building's electricity was generated from renewable energy. Whoa, wait a minute. Oh, hold on. That caught my ear. So 50% of the building's energy has to be renewable in the baseline year. Well, that may be very hard to do. Does that mean that 50% of the state's energy has to be renewable for buildings to meet that? That's a country boy question, but I don't know. Then what happens if they don't? Well, I don't need to go to back civil penalties part again, but the hammer will come. And receiving an Energy Star score of at least 65 or 10 points higher than the most recent baseline year. Reduced relevant energy use intensity by at least 10% from the most recent baseline year. Or was within 10% of the relevant sector-specific and climate zone-specific targets. Civil penalties. Oh boy, here we are. Well, Colorado, pay attention, because here's where they're really going to get to you. Civil penalties. That means you're either going to court to answer to a judge, or you're going to get your checkbook out and you're going to pay a big old fine to CDPHE. Well, I don't know if I've got that agency right. We'd have to define the Colorado Energy Office falls under. I believe it's CDPHE, but I could be wrong. Oh, wait, here it is. CDPHE, Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, is authorized to assess civil penalties on covered building owners. Owners that violate the benchmark requirements or provisions pertaining to the sale or lease of a covered property. Oh, wait a minute. Now you can't even transfer the property. You don't even get out of ownership without having to pay. Well, I guess the value of your property just went down, because now your property is encumbered with a liability that is a penalty from CDPHE for noncompliance with House Bill 21-1286, Energy Performance for Buildings. And I thought earlier somebody said this wasn't very onerous. Boy, oh boy. I'm sure glad we're getting to the devil in the details, or the devil's in the details. There's sure a devil right here. Because if I don't meet the benchmarks, I can't even sell my property. And if I do, with this onerous penalty from the CDPHE, now I imagine I'm going to have to sell it at a discount, or pay the penalty and then have that as part of the sale infringe upon my rights as an owner of property. In my life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, when I'm not very happy when I'm trying to deal with this mess that we're going to get if we pass this type of legislation. But I digress. Owners that violate the benchmarking requirements or provisions pertaining to the sale or lease of a covered property are subject to a penalty of up to $500 for the first violation and up to $2,000 for each subsequent violation. Owners in violation of performance standard requirements are subject to a penalty of up to $2,000 for a first violation, and each subsequent violation up to $5,000, plus, hold on, it gets better. It gets better, Colorado commercial property owners. Up to 2 cents per square foot of gross floor area for each day the violation continues. Building owners by the state or local governments, school districts, state institutions of higher education, and special districts are not subject to these penalties. Oh, that's nice. But if you're a private property owner, they're going to stick it to you with this one. Now, I'm just going to do a little cowboy math here because I want to make sure that I understand this. I've got a 50,000 square foot building, 2 cents per square foot per day. It's going to take me, how many days do you want? Anybody? No, I'll just use 45 days. I have an old copy of the bill. Well, there's a new fiscal. If you bring me a new updated fiscal analysis, I'll be more than happy to present it. But if we don't have one, I'm just going to continue it. Maybe they can bring one. I don't know. But Colorado needs to know what's here. And they also need to know the intent of the original bill, just so you know what you're getting at the start of the negotiation. But I digress. I'm going to continue along here at the request of the bill sponsor, I believe, because this may be a little dated. Building owners by the state and local governments, school districts, state institutions of higher education, and special districts are not subject to these penalties. Now, I know I said that twice, but this is a very unfair and unequitable provision. Because in my humble opinion, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And what's good for the gander is good for the goose. And I have colleagues that will address this further. Civil penalties are credited to the Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Fund. Well, boy, is that fund going to get fat. Background, current energy reporting requirements. The CEO, Colorado Energy Office, in partnership with the Department of Personnel and Administration, currently tracks and reports energy use of a state-owned property, 50,000 square feet and larger, pursuant to the greening government executive orders. I imagine those came out of the governor's office of our current governor, greening government executive orders. As such, the statutory requirements for state-owned buildings to report their energy usage formalizes an existing practice in the executive branch and will continue to be supported by existing capacity at the Climate Energy Office. I'm not even sure I know what that means. In addition, it is estimated that 30% of non-state-owned buildings, I don't know if that's privately owned buildings, but okay, since everything's referred to as state or non-state, estimated between 8,000 and 9,000 are already reporting under one of the 3 municipal benchmark ordinances in Denver, Fort Collins, and Boulder. So that means under a third of them are reporting. But that still leaves 2/3 or more, probably about 70+%, that are at risk. Capital development planning. State law requires that the Capital Development Committee, CDC, to forecast the state's future needs for capital construction and controlled maintenance. State departments and institutions submit annual plans to the CDC, Capital Development Committee, that list their capital construction needs for the next 5 years. For FY 21-22, these plans included projects planned for FY 25 through 26. Final budget and requests for the project commencing in 2026, which may trigger the performance standard requirements as defined in this bill, will occur in the summer of 2024. But I'll tell you what I read in this. Because if our public buildings, state departments, and institutions aren't meeting the requirements, then Colorado, you better dig into your pockets a little bit more, because they're going to need more money to allocate to the Capital Development Committee to do the requirements to come into compliance. And those are all retrofitting requirements. For those of you that didn't play the trivia game, ASHRAE is the company that I was a member, or the organization, the student member organization I was in when I was in college. And so when you have to do the heating, air conditioning, ventilation, refrigeration, retrofitting of these buildings, it can get very, very expensive. And that's where most of the energy comes from. Heating and air conditioning. Now, boy, does Colorado going to have problems, and like California has right now with rolling brownouts and rolling blackouts, when we're trying to produce all this energy to meet all these energy requirements. So, let me get to state revenue. I think I've only got about halfway through it, Madam Chair. So I appreciate your patience, your attention as we read about this important bill that's going to have serious consequences for Colorado. If you're a private commercial property owner, if you're in state, government, or local, don't sweat it. It ain't going to cost you much, and I'm sure things will be taken care of. But if you're in the private sector, hold on to your hat, because it's about ready to blow out of state, which might be where a lot of these owners, these commercial property owners, want to go when they have to figure out how they're going to pay for all this. They might just want to go out of state. Go to a business-friendly state that isn't going to put onerous rules and regulations on top of them, and take that cinch and pull it up a couple, 2 or 3 holes tighter as it chokes the life out of the horse. State revenue. In fiscal year 2022-2023, state revenue will increase. Oh, this is nice. $1.3 million from an annual fee revenue collected by non-state-owned covered property. So Colorado, get ready to give state government another $1.3 million. That'll be that initial fee. I know, you've got it. Post-COVID-19 recovery, don't sweat it. You'll have it. The economy will be roaring in a couple of years. Don't worry about it. Just $100, $2,000, $5,000. It's not much. But to the state, it's a lot, $1.3 million. Oh, but there's more. And by approximately $0.8 million annually in future years. Well, that's $800,000 for us country boys, I think. I don't know why they didn't say $800,000 annually in future years to the Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Fund. Well, in 10 years, that's $8 million. That's a pretty good lick. Revenue in fiscal year 2022-23 is higher because covered building owners will be paying the annual fee twice. Oh, well, thank you very much. I get to pay it twice now. Once by the December 1st, 2022 benchmark deadline, and then once a mere 7 months later by June 1st, 2023. Well, for my colleagues listening over here, get an amendment ready, because that's not even right. That's called double tapping people, double charging people, sticking it to you twice. Whatever you want to come up with, that's not even right, Colorado. And I'm here as an Eastern Colorado representative stating such. All right. I don't know. Can I get somebody to work on that amendment over here, please? Because that's not right. I'll work on it myself when I get done talking. The exact amount of annual fee revenue will be determined once the CEO establishes a database of covered buildings and owners required to comply with the building performance program. This revenue is subject to TABOR. Well, some people think that's a bad word. I kind of like it as a taxpayer in Colorado, and so do many of my friends. Note that state-owned buildings are excluded from, oh, here we go again, just so you know, if we didn't say it enough, the state-owned buildings are excluded from this revenue calculation. These payments will be reflected as a reappropriation of funds. Beginning on January 1st, 2024, state revenue may increase from civil penalties collected from violations of the benchmarking, transfer of property, and performance standard requirements as defined in the bill. Well, Colorado, let me introduce you to the heavy hand of government in the Energy Performance for Buildings program. Because they're going to put the spurs to you. Oh, boy. Wait, that's not the right color paper, sir. I need yellow. State expenditures. The bill will increase state expenditures $523,800 $85 in fiscal year 2021. I tell you what, since I now have guidance from my leadership, I'm going to ask Colorado to look at this form and read it for yourselves. I think there may be some changes coming up, I hope for the better. I appreciate my colleagues, I sincerely appreciate my colleagues' interest in helping Colorado to mitigate the damage. And make no mistake about it, I, as nobody else, and I've said this in this well, want to move forward to improve our climate. If you live where I live and y'all come out to where I live and you see the South Platte, from my vista on the high plains, and you see in the summertime, in the heat of the summer, what comes out of the Front Range and rolls down towards Nebraska, and I'm not going to talk about it, it definitely is concerning. So I understand this importance of this, and I want to support it. I want to support it in a way that doesn't injure, that doesn't hurt, that doesn't cost small business and middle-sized businesses money. I want to do it with incentive-based programs, not punitive-based, damaging programs that penalize through civil penalties and fees and forced compliance. They call it the carrot and a stick approach. You can beat the horse with the buggy whip, and I've trained a lot of horses in my life. Some horses will come to life and run that track harder. Other horses just lay out down on you and quit. So I'm going to step down here now. Thank you very much, and I appreciate the time and the attention.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we do have one amendment that we do need to put on this bill. So we did want to provide, this amendment is L013. If I could move L013, please. And I'll just tell you what it is while we're getting it displayed. Is that acceptable, Madam Chair?
Did you move the amendment?
I did.
Okay. Amendment L013 is moved and displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. What this does is it provides some clarity as to who's doing what between the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment and the Colorado Energy Office, and it should help with the fiscal note as well. So I ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion on Amendment L013? Seeing none, the question show. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I look at that amendment, it occurs to me that this drives a significant database and software issue for those utilities and those businesses that have to do it. So I recommend a no vote.
All right. Any further discussion? Representative McKean, Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just thought I would bring up the International Building Code. I'm totally joking. No, to this amendment, I'm concerned about what it drives as well. So I would encourage a no vote.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L013. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. No. All the ayes have it. Amendment L013 is adopted. Any further discussion on the bill? Representative Majority Leader, Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that that the committee rise and report. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. One moment. I move that the committee rise and report progress and beg leave to sit again.
All right. You've heard the motion. The committee will beg leave to sit again and rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Gregorio, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole reports as follows. It has risen, reports progress, and begs leave to sit again.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over House Bill 1286 as amended until tomorrow, May 25th.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1286 will be laid over as amended one day.
Dave Williams had to head home his wife was
Oh, great. Okay. Thank you.
He won't be back today.
Great.
So what am I doing?
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the following bills be added to the special orders calendar. Senate Bill 94, House Bill 1314, and Senate Bill 39.
Seeing no objection, those three bills will be added to the special orders calendar. Representative Titone.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House Bill for Bill and Substance Committee of the Whole for the continuation of special orders.
Seeing no objection, Representative Titone will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request to be reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed in your and on your bill folders. Full amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon request of the Majority Leader, and the Colt rule is still relaxed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 94.
Senate Bill 94 by Senators Janal and Winter, also Representatives Robertson and Ortiz, concerning the continuation of the State Board of Pharmacy in connection therewith implementing recommendations contained in the 2020 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and making other changes regarding the practice of professions regulated by the Board.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 94, the Health and Insurance Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee report.
All right, you just have the Health and Insurance report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Health and Insurance Committee, we added one amendment that made it clear that the provisions of this bill apply only to those who are over 12 years old, as well as another technical amendment. I ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
The question before us is the Health and Insurance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is passed. To the bill, Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very happy to be sponsoring Senate Bill 94 with my colleague, Representative Ortiz. This is the sunset bill for the pharmacists. I think we all know that pharmacists are an incredibly important and valuable part of our healthcare system. We believe we would like them to continue doing what they're doing in our state. The bill adopts the sunset recommendations of DORA and reflects other stakeholder work that went on with the pharmacists and the medical community. With that, I'd ask for an aye vote and turn over my co-sponsor.
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I really don't have too much of substance to add to that. Pharmacists do amazing work for us. What this sunset will do and the provisions that we've agreed to and put in here will make it more streamlined, more efficient, more effective, which I think is critical, especially from the lessons learned that we are coming out of COVID with. So with that, I would urge an aye vote.
The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 94. All those in favor say aye. All those against, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 94 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1314.
House Bill 1314 by Representatives Harrod and Gray concerning the authority of the Department of Revenue to take action against certain documents.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1314 and the Judiciary Committee report and Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee made some changes in the funding allocation to ensure that we can fund the DRIVES program adequately and changed a few dates. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the Appropriations Committee report to House Bill 1314. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. The report is passed. To the Judiciary Committee report, Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Judiciary Committee changed some dates around the report and also made some clarification around which driver's license could be suspended or revocated. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. The Judiciary report is passed. To the bill, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a bill that I'm very proud of. It's actually, this idea was the first bill that I ever filed in this chamber, and it shifts us away from using the revocation of somebody's driver's license as a penalty for things that didn't have anything to do with creating danger on the roads. And it's a tool that we have, it's a tool that we use, but it's not a fair one. It's not fairly applied in our society right now. It's just not a really fair way to levy penalties upon people, to criminalize the fact that they are driving a vehicle just because they haven't paid a fine or have a different type of civil infraction. So I would ask for an aye vote and then would keep talking as I stand here. Also, it's also important because 1314 is a solid number. Those are actually two numbers in a row. 14 comes after 13. And so I think that that's a good enough reason to. Representative Van Winkle.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you very much. And I do have a question for the bill sponsor on House Bill 1314 here. Maybe I need to better understand how does the process work now? I know there's a process in place now, and this bill is changing that process in a rather dramatic fashion, but it seems like it's a very well-intentioned change in that process, and it seems like the process it's changing will make for a better state of Colorado and more fairness for the people of Colorado. But maybe just explain to me a little bit how the process works now. In what case could I, as a resident of Colorado, a driver on the roads of Colorado, have my driver's license revoked and like physically revoked, right? We're talking physically revoked. So maybe help me understand that.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So right now, if you get a speeding ticket, for example, that speeding ticket could be 3 or 4 points on your license, depending on how far you were over the limit. But if you don't have the money to pay that fine, you not only have the points against your license, you also get your license revoked for failure to pay that fine. Under legislation that we passed in 2017, under most of those circumstances, it's no longer a crime. When I was in the DA's office, that was actually a crime. And I actually sent people to jail for driving when they owed outstanding speeding tickets or an outstanding ticket for some other traffic infraction. What we're doing here is saying that's not, right now we use that as a tool to leverage people to pay their fines. If you don't pay your fines, then you lose your driver's license. And what we're saying is we're not going to do that. You still have to pay your fines. And the fines can be really important because, again, speeding is something that nobody in this chamber does, but other people do every day.
But it's also, it can create a public safety concern, and I'm going to see if Representative Herod has anything to say about that. Thank you so much.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Gray. Members, I have an amendment. I'd like to move Amendment L010 and ask that it be displayed. Members, this amendment was noticed on your desks over the weekend. It is a multi-page amendment, but I want to note that this was a study that was asked for by CML, and I think it's a really reasonable amendment. This brings them to neutral. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Amendment 10 is on your desks and is properly displayed. Is there any discussion on Amendment 10? Seeing none, the question before us is Amendment 10. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. To the bill. Representative Herod. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1314? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1314. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1314 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 39.
Senate Bill 39 by Senators Zenzinger and Heisey, also Representatives Caraveo and Pelton, concerning the elimination of subminimum wage employment by providing supports to ensure successful transitions for individuals currently working at subminimum wage jobs and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 39 and the Public Health and Appropriations Committee reports.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We made an appropriation of about $500,000, of which most of it is from federal funds in order to implement the waivers through HCPF. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report passes. To the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services report, Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In committee, we made one amendment that added additional oversight to transition plans and provided for some data collection going forward. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the passage of the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. The report is passed. To the bill, Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Currently, about 10 Colorado employers utilize 14C certificates to employ people with disabilities, and an estimated 400 people are employed in subminimum wage positions today. Colorado has declared itself an employment-first state, promoting competitive, integrated employment for people with disabilities. This proposal is the next step in that movement.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the important thing to remember about subminimum wage employment is that this is something that even federally is on its way out, but what we need to make sure is for these 400 employees in Colorado is that there is a proper transition to other employment as well as some necessary Medicaid services. So that is what this bill is doing. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 39? Representative Ortiz.
Members, I know we're in a hurry, but I just have to say how proud I am of the sponsors of this bill. This bill is way overdue, so from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you so much for the work that you're doing.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, members, I also rise in support of this bill. The idea of subminimum wage, I think, came about as creating opportunities for folks to get the foot in the door with, normal employment. And while I think it was a well-intentioned program, the way that it has ended up being enacted on the ground, frankly, just has not fulfilled its original mission. And right now, as the sponsors talk to, it's frankly on its way out. It's being used in a very limited capacity. And many of the organizations that are utilizing it are already transitioning out of this. So this is a very important bill, specifically to the IDD community. I can tell you from having worked with several of these folks one-on-one, some of the most pride that you will ever see is when somebody has finally completed a vocational training program, and they've secured employment, be in a retail setting or whatnot. But this is a great bill that I think really gets at an issue that most people weren't paying attention to, and I just want to thank the sponsors for bringing this great bill, and please do support it.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 39? Seeing none, the question before us is Senate Bill 39. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 39 is passed. Madam Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion, or you have heard the call to rise and report, and so that's what we're doing. All those in favor say aye. All those against, no. We will rise and report.
The House will come to order. Mr. Gregorio, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the top following attached bills being second reading thereof, makes following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1275 as amended, House Bill 1314 as amended, House Bill 1318 as amended, passed on second reading in order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 29, Senate Bill 38, Senate Bill 39 as amended, Senate Bill 71 as amended, Senate Bill 94 as amended, Senate Bill 118 passed on second reading in order and revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1286 as amended, laid over until 5/25/2021.
Representative Froelich. I think you heard the motion. There are no amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. For those participating remotely, Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote? Majority Leader Escar is excused. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Holtorf.
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Majority Leader Escar.
I vote yes if it's not closed yet.
Yeah, it's still open. Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Please close the machine. With 39 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 3 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Joint Resolution 1012.
You've heard the motion, members. We'll proceed out of order to hear House Joint Resolution 21-1012. Do we want to read it first? Mr. Gregorio, can you please read the resolution?
HJR 21-1012 by Representatives Garnett and Neville, also Senators Garcia and Sonnenberg, concerning the installation of a sculpture on the state capitol grounds to memorialize Major General Maurice Rose.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move House Joint Resolution 1012 and ask that it be read at length.
Whereas the state capitol and its grounds contain memorials to the state's political past, as well as memorabilia promoting the state's natural environment and history of events, individuals, and ethnic groups. And whereas, from time to time, proposals for gifts of art and memorials are made to the state to be placed in the state capitol or on its grounds. And whereas, Section 24-82-108 Colorado Revised Statutes requires the State Capitol Building Advisory Committee to establish criteria and a procedure for the evaluation of proposals for gifts of memorials for placement in the state capitol or on its grounds. And whereas the State Capitol Building Advisory Committee's evaluation criteria for memorial is based partly upon the association the proposed memorial has with a significant event in the state's history, the connection of the memorial with persons significant in the heritage of the state, and appropriateness to the designated area of the state capitol. And whereas the procedure stipulates that if the Capitol Development Committee concurs with the State Capitol Building Advisory Committee's recommendations regarding the placement of memorials on the state capitol grounds, the Capitol Development Committee may make its recommendation for acceptance of the donated art to the General Assembly in the form of a joint resolution introduced during an annual legislative session. And whereas Major General Maurice Rose was a Colorado resident and national hero, and is an example to future generations of extraordinary patriotism and fortitude. And whereas General Rose was born on November 26, 1899, in Middleton, Connecticut, and moved to Denver when he was 3 years old. He attended Albert Elementary, Whittier Elementary, and East High School in Denver. And whereas General Rose, his parents, brother, wife, and son all lived in Denver until his death in 1945. And whereas, when German forces in Tunisia were reduced to combat ineffectiveness, General Rose negotiated with their commander, Fritz Kraus, on the details of his unconditional surrender. And whereas General Rose was the highest ranking United States serviceman killed by enemy fire in the European theater during World War II, and was the highest ranking and most distinguished Jewish American soldier in United States history. And whereas General Rose had one of the most distinguished military records and was the most decorated armored battlefield commander in United States history. And whereas General Rose was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross, Distinguished Service Medal, Silver Star with 2 oak leaf clusters, Legion of Merit with oak leaf cluster, Bronze Star with oak leaf cluster, Purple Heart with oak leaf cluster, French Legion of Honor, French Croix de Gras with palm, and the Belgian Cross de Gras with palm. And whereas, under General Rose's command, the following firsts were accomplished in World War II. First to fire artillery shells into Germany, first tank unit to enter Germany, first to capture a German town, first to breach the Siegfried Line, first to shoot down a German plane with guns placed on German soil, first armor unit to enter the city of Cologne, first ground invasion of Germans since Napoleon, and record holder of the longest one-day advance in history of 100 miles, and whereas General Rose never gained the prominence of many of his contemporaries for reasons including the fact that he did not survive the war, and as an intensely private man, he rarely, if ever, sought publicity. And whereas General Rose died by enemy fire on March 30th, 1945, and he is buried at the Netherlands American Cemetery in Magherton, Netherlands. And whereas the State Capitol Building Advisory Committee and the Capitol Development Committee have approved a plan for placement of a sculpture and accompanying explanatory plaque to memorialize General Rose on the State Capitol grounds, the boundaries of which are described in Section 24-82-108 of Colorado Revised Statutes, subject to the State Capitol Building Advisory Committee approving the final designation and the specific location. And whereas the sculpture of General Rose will be a tribute to Colorado's rich history, as well as to an individual and an ethnic group that has not been previously recognized with a sculpture, statue, or monument. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 73rd General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the members of the Colorado General Assembly, do hereby approve of the plan recommended by the State Capitol Building Advisory Committee and approved by the Capitol Development Committee for the installation of the sculpture of Major General Maurice Rose and the accompanying explanatory plaque on the State Capitol grounds. Be it further resolved that the copies of this joint resolution be transmitted to Governor Jared Polis, the State Capitol Building Advisory Committee, and the Capitol Development Committee.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pro Tem members, please be seated. I got to tell you, it's truly an honor and a humbling experience being on this resolution to honor the memory and legacy of such a fine man. I mean, this was a true hero and true treasure to Colorado that not many people know about. And the money's already been raised privately to build this, and not only that, the money's been raised for an endowment for the upkeep as well. And so they're just truly waiting on this resolution. But I think this is an important story that all Coloradans should know, and this is an appropriate way to honor this man and honor the history of such a terrific and wonderful hero that's not only to our country, but very specific to our state. And so I thank you for your time and attention on this and encourage a yes vote.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And members, thanks so much for your attention today. This kind of concludes the journey that we've had discussing and debating now, hopefully, if the bill passes the Senate, Lincoln Memorial Veterans Park, which is across Lincoln, and that's where General Rose statue would be placed. And through the process of trying to recognize General Rose, we didn't do it in exactly the right way. And so I really want to thank Representative Lontine and CBAC and Representative Hooten at CDC for helping us go through the right process. And the right process is to go through those committees and be before you today with this resolution, recognizing a Colorado hero who, as you heard through the resolution, really does live up to everything that we should all just strive to be as citizens. He was a true hero, and it's just amazing that we will be able to memorialize his legacy down in the park, and that when school children go and have lunch down there, when school groups start coming back to the Capitol, they'll be able to read about his life and about his service and hopefully inspire others. So I hope to earn your support today, and thanks to Representative Neville for leading on this, and it's a good moment down here in the well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the motion before us is the passage of House Joint Resolution 21-1012. Seeing no further discussion, we do a vote. Is there any opposition to a voice vote? Seeing none, the House Joint Resolution 21-1012 is passed. Oh, all those in favor say aye. We misled you. Anybody against? No. Okay, now we're passing House Joint Resolution, House HJR 21-1012 is passed. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move that this morning's roll call be added as co-sponsors.
This morning's roll call be added as co-sponsors. Thank you. Yeah, he is coming back.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House bills.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House bills. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1109.
House Bill 1109 by Representatives Tatone and Soper, also Senators Bridges and Quorum, concerning the Broadband Employment Board and in connection therewith moving the board from the Department of Regulatory Agencies to the Office of Information Technology, modifying the composition of the board, requiring the board to develop a request for proposal process for deploying broadband into critically underserved areas of the state, requiring the board to give initial consideration of proposed projects that would include discounted service for low-income households and making an appropriation.
We are concurring, right?
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House concur with Senate amendments.
That it's a proper motion. Would you like to explain, Representative Tatone?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So there was another bill being run here in the House, and it was necessary to kind of align things to move the broadband office to the Office of Information Technology. So they needed a strike below to change all the references to the statutes. And I asked for a yes vote, and I do have a limerick, too.
Any further discussion on the motion to concur? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the Senate once again did their job and made this bill a better bill by realigning the references.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On 1109, I concur. The Senate is not due a slur. The reason to shift is for a bill caused a rift. There is no reason to deter.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1109. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote? Majority Leader Escar.
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Amable, Gray, Bradfield. Please close the machine. With 46 aye votes, 15 no votes, and 4 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1109 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1109 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1109 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Please close the machine. With 47 aye votes, 14 no votes, and 4 excused, House Bill 1109 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1239.
House Bill 1239 by Representatives Kipp and Basenecker, also Senator Rodriguez, concerning adding protections for consumers who purchase certain items and in connection therewith establishing requirements regarding the execution and enforcement of dating service contracts and automatic renewal contracts.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur with the Senate changes to House Bill 21-1239.
All right, Representative Basenecker. Representative Kipp, do you want to explain?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we have done several things. They did several things over in the Senate to try and clarify and make it clear, since, over in the Senate, they don't always understand things. They needed to have a little bit more clarification. So we said, okay, fine.
Wonderful. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1239. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Woodrow. Please close the machine. With 39 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 4 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1239 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1239 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1239 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Duran and Ransom. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 4 excused, House Bill 1239 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed Jackson. Representative Jackson will add you, my fault. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1248.
House Bill 1248 by Representative Amabile, also Senators Story and Heisey, concerning updating the provisions of the Colorado Children's Trust Fund Act and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Amabile.
Mr. Speaker, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 1248.
Please explain.
The Senate added language to the bill to increase county representation and decrease the governor's appointees on the trust fund board. Additionally, the Senate set up a mechanism to deposit federal funds earned by the state from child abuse prevention activities into the Colorado Child Abuse Prevention Trust Fund.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1248. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Please close the machine. 48 aye votes, 13 no votes, and 4 excused. The motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1248 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1248 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1248 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye votes, 18 no votes, and 4 excused, House Bill 1248 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1274.
House Bill 1274 by Representative Tatone, also Senators Zenzinger and Heisey, concerning the beneficial use of unused state-owned real property in connection therewith, directing the Department of Personnel to inventory such property and use such property to promote affordable housing, child care, public schools, residential, mental, and behavioral health care, and renewable energy development.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez. I'm sorry. I didn't even look up. Representative Tatone. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1274.
Just so everyone knows, there was an evolution of what the noise the chamber made. When I was a first year, it was hissing. Everyone would hiss when you concurred. We changed it in our class, Representative Lantina and others, to a gobble. And now there's a transition to the pigs oinking. And so, yeah. Oh, well, just want everyone to know that it didn't start this way. At one point, it was a hiss for a very long time. But that's where we are. Sorry, Representative Tatone, to interrupt. Just wanted to explain how we got here.
We all like history lessons. Over in the Senate, they saw a really good bill here, and they made it just a little bit better by adding one more thing to the list that this bill can use state property for, and ask for a yes vote.
Thank you, Representative Tatone. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Folks, I've had enough. I say we finally tell the Senate no. We are our own people over here. We have our own decisions to make. We can say, it was good enough, Senate. Or you can vote for the amendment.
Very good. Very good. All right. The question before, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1274. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Amable. Not yet. It's all right. Please close the machine. With 42 aye votes, 19 no votes, and 4 excused, House Bill 12, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1274 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1274 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1274 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Please close the machine. With 39 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 4 excused, House Bill 1274 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of conference committee reports.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of conference committee reports. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1016.
House Bill 1016 by Representatives Ortiz and Lynch, also Senators Garcia and Gardner, concerning the authority to transfer jurisdiction of a veteran defendant's case to a jurisdiction with a veteran specialty court.
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move that the House adopt the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 21-1016.
Is there any further discussion?
Essentially, what we did in committee was to fix the error of the Senate to make sure that Veteran Treatment Court can apply to both veterans and service members that qualify for Veteran Treatment Courts instead of just service members.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the First Conference Committee report on House Bill 1016. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes. Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Please close the machine. With 58 aye votes, 3 no votes, and 4 excused, the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1016 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1016 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1016 as amended by the Conference Committee report. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Please close the machine. With 57 aye votes, 4 no votes, and 4 excused, House Bill 1016 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 17.
Senate Bill 17 by Senators Heisey and Zenzinger, also Representatives Larson and Bradfield, concerning sexual contact between a student and an educator in violation of the public trust.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on SB 17.
Any further discussion? That's a proper motion. Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this was a pretty clear and convincing compromise. So basically, essentially what we did, for those of you following along, with Senate Bill 17, this is the bill that originally, in the Senate version, created a misdemeanor for sexual contact by an educator. The House version changed that to a mostly administrative function, so there was no longer a misdemeanor in there. Through our great work on the Conference Committee, and I do need to give a hat tip to both Representative Weissman and Senator Zenzinger on this for doing the yeoman's work, we have essentially split the difference. So now, for some more serious acts of sex acts, we have retained the misdemeanor as envisioned by the Senate, but for the more minor sexual contact cases, we have kept it as an administrative punishment. So it is a true blue compromise, and I would encourage a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I supported the compromise, which was a compromise in the House. This is a situation, it's not where we can talk about crimes and amount to that, but these are not people charged with that. If they were charged and convicted of those crimes, they couldn't stay as teachers in those schools. These are just the description of those crimes. And we came to a compromise in the House that effectively, if a student is 18 years or older, and even if they consented, it didn't matter, that the teacher could be forced to leave and face other consequences. The compromise was, as the representative described, was to create an ethical violation by the school districts and then deal with that issue. But effectively, on an allegation with two adults, you're basically stopping someone from working as a teacher in the future. And I know people may say that's fine, but 18-year-olds are still adults, and we look at them adults. I heard one person talk about that just this past weekend, about sending people off to war, and they are 18 and grow up, I think was what it was. And so now we're saying these 18-year-olds with allegations, we're going to treat them differently. So I oppose the compromise and will be a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the first conference committee report to Senate Bill 17. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Catlin. Please close the machine. 49 aye votes, 12 no votes, and 4 excused. The first conference committee report to Senate Bill 17 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 17 as amended by the conference committee report.
The question is the adoption of the question before us is the repassage of Senate Bill 17 as amended by the first conference committee report. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes, 6 no votes, and 4 excused, Senate Bill 17 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, Tuesday, May 25th.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until Tuesday, May 25th. That brings us to announcements and introductions. I have a quick 2 announcements. Representative Basenecker will replace Representative Doherty on Finance Committee for today only. I think I've already announced that. And Representative Chitone will replace Representative Basenecker on Agriculture, Livestock, Water Committee for today only. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow morning, Capitol Commission, basement 715. Come down and get your soul filled and your belly too. They bring snacks, so be there in the morning.
Thank you, Representative Pelton. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, for House Finance, we will start at 2:45 sharp. So anyone coming to House Finance, Old State Library at 2:45. See you there.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appropriations Committee, we will be meeting tomorrow at 8 a.m., Old State Library. As bills as printed in your calendar, you also may receive a few more from committee today. The Canary should be there tonight or tomorrow morning.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Agriculture, Livestock, and Water Committee will meet at 2:45, and the order of bills will be 229, 240, and then 248. Thanks.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of House, State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs will also meet at 2:45 in LSBA to hear Senate Bills 156, 131, House Bill 1321, and Senate Bill 256.
Any further announcements or introductions? Seeing none, Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess till later today.